Next stop.
Welcome everyone. Today we're going to venture over to the University District, the U District for short, in the University of Washington. We're starting off in downtown at the West Lake Station and heading all the way up there. So join me as we go to the U District. Masks are still required in public transportation here in Seattle. Probably one of the very few places it is still. So let's go on. So let me show you the stop. So we're starting on West Lake and we're heading northward. Only 2 stops to the University of Washington. Pretty close. There's not much to view on the window because we're underground.
Now entering Capitol Hill. Exit to my left.
So here, right now, we are on Capitol Hill, which is one of the other trendy neighborhoods in Seattle area, which I'm excited. Apparently there's a wide variety of food, there's beautiful cherry blossom trees, and also the campus itself, I heard, is beautiful. Let's see if it lives up to the hype. So these are the seats. It is accessible at certain points, though. Hello, Sally. Hello. Yeah, 2 more stops. San
stop.
Hey Amanda, let me know what is your favorite bubble tea spot. I'm so curious. It's called Timeless Tea. Okay, Timeless Tea. They have bulldog shaped dessert. That's so interesting. Thank you so much. Robert asked, does U District stand for Urban District? Yeah. And cold here, says Sally. Oh yeah.
Now,
No rain,
entering
but it's
U
cold.
District. Exit to my left.
Because we all know that it's always sunny in Seattle. Wow. It's a beautifully decorated station. Look at this.
The next arrival, southeast behind the line in 2 minutes.
And this was the train we just got off right now.
Trains have running every
Sound
10
Transit.
minutes.
Here's the light rail. I really love how smooth it is and how quiet it is. If you notice right now in the sound, it is much quieter than the one in New York City. Because New York hasn't really. Hello, Lorraine from Melbourne. Melbourne says it's Easter. Yeah, happy Easter. Easter, it's not really that celebrated here. Seattle's not really that of a religious city. Or, as I mentioned, there's a very strong Japanese and Chinese influence on the city as well. So there's not that much religiosity when it comes to celebrating Easter and Good Friday and things like that. City could have. It's just New York hasn't updated the subway system, and it's crazy because as you saw in London, I was not able to really show you too much in London with the underground. It's tough to film in the underground in London, but if you ever see any photos of the London Underground, I'll go watch a YouTuber named Jeff Marshall. It's very clean in London. So the excuse that New Yorkers may have when saying that New York isn't going to be as clean as this or as beautiful as this, it's because it's too old of a system. This one, yes, this is a young system. Only started about 20 years ago, a little bit less than. London is older than New York and it's still as clean as this right now. So it is putting New York to shame. Also, trains don't need to be loud. As you can hear, you barely hear the train. And it's pretty smooth, unlike New York. We really do have to update our system. Hello, Mater. Nice to see you here. Welcome. Hello, George, Ron. Welcome. Susie. I'm glad you got your ticket to the train. Hello, Angie says it just opened during the pandemic. Oh, cool. Okay, so this station is very new, but the system is not that old. Less than 20 years old. Janina says, "Are you okay?" I am okay, Janina. Thank you. So here's where you tap with your Orca card. Works exactly like the Oyster card. You tap and you can go in. There's no turnstiles, so it's kind of an honor system. Though you can be heavily fined if they catch you without paying. So here we are at the U District, which stands for University District, because the University of Washington is right next door, which we'll pass by at some point. So it seems like buses are here being rerouted. Susie says, okay, that would not work in NYC. Yeah. That definitely won't work in NYC. So the fact that you have to tap inside, actually, I've noticed kind of disincentivizes people from even paying. Because why pay? We can easily stroll. Line is low because there's not that much enforcement. And also, the fine probably is not that expensive. I heard it was like less than $100, so it's not even that expensive. Well, not that expensive from my own perspective, but I know it could be a really dent in the wallet for some other people. But it won't fly in New York. I think it's good that we have turnstiles, similar to London as well, because that actually incentivizes people to pay the basic fare and not try to skip it. And also, you try to force fare payment, like Seattle might have to do if Seattle gets any bigger as a city, which it will. Population in the U.S. is only going to increase. Becomes as dense as New York is now, say about 20, 30 years from now, Seattle will be like New York is now. So they're going to run into issues if they don't have turnstiles, I think. Susie said we all got on without. All right, what is in the U District? Let's find out. What do you want to see in the U District? I love this little cartoon character, Mark Thai Food Box. Susie says, I got summons for fare beating back in the 1980s. I was young and stupid. We forgive you, Susie. Always wanted to go there. My first cousins went there. One became a top executive at Boeing. That's awesome. Indeed, yeah, the usual. No people. Oh no! Luckily, I do see some people on the street, which is nice. All right, which way should I go? Beautiful old sign here. Again, I mentioned Seattle has quite signs. Which way shall we go? Let me know. Oh, a lot of high-rise development here. One thing it's about to rain. Oh my God, it's not always sunny in Seattle. It's shocking. Rain in Seattle. I thought this day would never come. Janice says, Wendy says to the left. Wendy, have you ever been to Seattle? Wendy's just guessing. So I think one thing that Seattle should consider that New York has done, and I think other cities like Hong Kong has done, is landmark their neon to make. And they're also very hard to maintain. But can't really be recreated from old historical ones. It's a long story. There's my friends, Untapped Cities, who run tours in New York, do a tour about neon signs, and they run through why it's difficult. So it's like old architecture. And I think Seattle should consider preserving some of its old neon signs because they're really cool. And I think they're overlooked because they're not well maintained. Let me know what you think. No. Indeed. Yeah, thank you. Indeed. Susie says there's one great neon sign in my hood. Yeah, New York has a few neon signs that are landmarked, I think, or registered. One of those two. I forgot to bring my umbrella. I didn't think it would rain today. Chances were so low. Secrets of Seattle for my daughter who's moving this June, says Kevin. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. The link, if you do want to buy the book to Seattle, the link is down in the description for anyone else. I have 2 books. Use those links because they go into supporting the show. As I make a little portion from each purchase that someone does from my Amazon affiliate links. All my gear and book recommendations are down below in the description of the YouTube video. I gotta put on my hat because it's raining and it's cold. Kevin says, link used. Thank you so much, Kevin. I appreciate you. Ooh, teriyaki. Okay, so everyone, people don't know. A few people have asked me, what is Seattle known for in terms of food? Obviously, coffee. Seattle was amongst one of the very first cities in the U.S. to bring about the third wave of coffee. I think it is the first city in the U.S. New York really didn't catch up until the beer. Seattle does brew some amazing beer. I've had some amazing beer this trip. And then the third thing would be the Seattle dog, the hot dog smothered in cream cheese. But the other thing that Seattle is known for is inventing chicken teriyaki. Chicken teriyaki is a Japanese-American dish of chicken with a sweet sauce on it. It's really good, and yesterday I had my first chicken teriyaki in Seattle and really enjoyed it. So maybe we'll stop by. This place looks a bit empty, so if anyone has any good recommendations for chicken teriyaki, let me know, and I'll try to show some chicken teriyaki here in Seattle. And teriyaki is a very popular dish all across America, but it was invented here. Of course, it's derived from a Japanese dish, but it is. Oh, we got H Mart here. So H Mart is one of the many Asian markets here. We also have 1 or 2 in New York City, or more, I think. They're popping up a lot in New York City. And here are all the shoplifters. Oh my God, they have like all the photos plastered. Oh no, so sad. Someone even gave fake money. Ron says, I got a good chicken teriyaki recommendation, but it's in the Philippines. Hey, Christine, thank you so much for the 500 stars. Kate, thank you so much for letting me know. Maureen says, please stay dry. I will. Veronica says, chicken teriyaki. Ooh, yes. I'm excited. Chicken teriyaki is actually really good, especially when done well. When done cheaply, it just tastes super sugary, which I don't like too much. Which is the case with most chicken teriyaki across America. But here, thus far, yesterday I tried one that was very fresh. Wendy says, good to see you. We're walking around Capitol Hill today. Oh, Wendy. Wendy Case, thank you so much for tuning in. Wendy and leaves star emojis. I appreciate the star emojis. Not quite the same as star tips on Facebook, but thank you so much. The fresh Alaskan king crab legs are wonderful in Seattle. Also fresh wild caught salmon, says Patrick. Yes, the salmon here is amazing as well. I've had quite a bit. I featured one salmon thus far. There's more. Ever on Broadway, Molly recommends Teriyaki. Okay, thank you so much. Huh? Bulldog News. Wow, this is like an old school news magazine bar. That's cool. Wow, that's cool. It's amazing. Robert says, grab some postcards. They had some classic postcards. I might be back for it. But I already have more than enough postcards. Seattle has some amazing custom postcards. So mega urbanists are going to be very happy with the postcards I'll be sending. Okay, before I walk any more down the main street, let's take a little detour to the university area, the campus. Beautiful building here. Seattle known for big bookstores. Not necessarily, but Seattle does have some awesome bookstores. They tend to be smaller. Like this one. Nice. Nice cafes. Kathy says, Sleepy Seattle, this has been the worst tour you've ever done. Kathy, you know, I can't argue with you. I'm doing my best. Hopefully it's not the worst tour to most people. But yes, it is a sleepy city. But I hope I'm making the best of it. Let's walk inside the bookstore. It's hard to focus, but it says, it's been a strange day for Wield, guilt and happiness. Had boxed for possession in his mind. During the morning, Happiness had established a points lead. Cliff had been content to sit around for a flat, drinking coffee, listening to a pop channel on the radio, chatting about nothing in particular. I didn't read the book, but I saw the movie. Great movie. A lot of the locations I featured in Italy are mentioned in this book. Okay, so let's read something. Let's read. Oh. Wait a minute. What section is this? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Why do I always end up on these sections? Every time I go into a bookstore, boom, there it is.
Yesterday's Good Friday. Tomorrow's Easter. Right?
Okay, that was a really cool bookstore. Millie, thank you so much for the 200 stars. I appreciate you. Have the salmon hash at Bacco Cafe near Pike Place. Cool. Thank you so much for the recommendation, H. Flores. Wendy says bedtime story. Yep. It's cool. Yeah. Cool little bookstore. Patrick, thank you so much for the 50 stars. I appreciate you. Go into the campus, shall we? Star Party, thank you so much for unleashing a star party, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you. Hey, Lorraine says Happy Easter to everyone. Happy Easter. Patrick says welcome. Thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate you. George says maybe someone stashed money in all the books. Maybe sometimes I've done that before. I've like hidden like $5 bills in books. It's always fun. Kay, nice to see you here. Kay, thank you so much for the stars. Lorraine, thank you so much for the stars, Lorraine V. I appreciate you. Patrick, thank you so much for the stars as well. Seattle known for drinking a lot of dark roast coffee. Yep, Seattle does a little bit more darker roasts than New York does, for example, or other parts of the U.S. So yeah, you'll find some more Italian style coffee shops here than you do in even New York. Angie says the memories. I'm glad you're having the memories. Ron says, are you glad you're not sponsored by Audible? I would love to be sponsored by Audible. I think out of all those big brands that sponsor tons and tons of videos, I think Audible would be the most awesome one to be sponsored by. This is Audible. Cool pine trees. Janina says, when will you go back to New York? Janina, I just bought myself a collection of flannel shirts. And I am going to rent a log cabin up in the mountains. And I'm moving here to new life. Logging and wearing flannel shirts. That's my life. Maybe catching some wild salmon. That's what I'm going to do now. So stay tuned for Urbanist Exploring Salmon next few months. Live videos of just me catching wild salmon, lugging water from the spring up to my log cabin, and chopping some wood. I hope you enjoy it. It's gonna be fun. Inkspire Life says, I always learn something new from your wanderings. Love your travels. Yes, and Lucy earlier said, oh, we got Gregor the Crow. He's back. Lucy said, yeah, not all travels have to be super exciting. Exactly. Not all travels have to be super exciting. Inkspire Life says, Urbanist, the Lumberjack spin-off series. Yes. This is a cool campus. Wow. Beautiful flora. Chris says, you're saying goodbye to New York. I'll be in New York for a little bit in early May. Oleg says, Happy Easter from the Ukraine. Thank you so much for tuning in from Ukraine. Please take a whale watch. Connie, I heard that it's not quite whale season at the moment. That's why I haven't really considered doing a whale watching cruise ship tour. First, you have to dedicate the entire day to it, which is hard. You know, there's so much here to do in Seattle. How can I dedicate an entire day to being in the water? And then second, we might not be able to see any orcas. And I'm not sure if there's service once you go into the Puget Sound. Says, ordinary individuals facing extraordinary circumstances with courage and selflessness answer the call and change the course of destiny. Oh, I like that. Bob, wow, Bob, thank you so much for the 1,000 stars. Is that Bob Smith or is that another Bob? Thank you so much for the 1,000 stars. I appreciate you, Bob. So Marcy says, find all the negative comments about Seattle so weird. It's beautiful, as Ariel has pointed out many times. There's a ton of varied architecture. There's a public art, huge public market, and Ariel has discovered and shown some cool places to eat and drink and enjoyed his food. The summer season is to go, not now at the end of winter. And there are tons of people out on the streets, very lively scene in the neighborhoods. Touche, Marcel. Touche. What's down here? Let's see. Angie claps to Marcy's comment. Christine says, went to University of Washington in the 1990s. The grounds are beautiful. Oh yeah, they are. I can see that. Connie says, no, the well watch is 4.5 hours. You know, it's a bit tough because Seattle, as I mentioned, a lot of things close pretty early. So if you end up doing like a day tour that's more than a few hours long, once you come back, it's already about 5 p.m. There's not that much to do after that. Unless if you go to, as I've shown, the neighborhoods of Ballard or Fremont, things like that, you'll see maybe a few bars and restaurants open, but not too many. These are interesting towers. What are these for? Is this practical or is this just ornamentation? Rainier says, don't forget that some of us won't ever get to travel to the places you've been to. Oh yes, wow. This is some architecture for Seattle. Did we end up in Europe? Did we end up going to some English city? Wow, I'm kind of shocked. That's beautiful. Real that many of us won't be able to travel to the places you've gone. Yes, exactly. Janina says this is a nice tour even though the streets are empty. Yes, indeed. I mentioned a very pleasant city. Very pleasant. This area is called the Red Square. Parking garage underneath. Really, Janice? Oh, interesting. They capped a parking garage. So I think these are ornamental. If anyone can let us know. And brutalist design. Interesting, have this kind of brutalist with brick, pure brutalist, and this kind of classical, neoclassical design. Wow. Such odd mix of architecture. So Rainette makes an excellent point. Thank you so much, Rainette, and Mater as well. Mater and Nader, that's their nicknames. You're right. These places are places that some people might not ever be able to come, or sometimes I just save you the money and you get to see Seattle from the comfort of your own phone. That's a good thing. It's as someone who has the privilege and still continues to have the privilege and the ability and the resources to travel, it's very easy to take places like this for granted. So yes, it's sometimes very good to have a reality check and realize, oh, not everyone's able to travel to these places. Will be a dream to millions of people around the world. They would wish that they could have a city even a quarter of the size of this. Beautiful thing. One has to remind ourselves that not every city is going to be as hectic, as action-packed as New York, or as really epically gorgeous as Paris, or as majestic and filled with deep 2,000 plus year old history as Rome. but these cities still have some beauty nonetheless. Molly says sun's out. Oh yeah, it's always sunny in Seattle. Look at that, wow. Can I enter this building? I hope I can. Crossing fingers. And these guys are doing parkour. They're practicing parkour. That is cool. We got parkours, we got wedding dresses, and we got orders, and we got students. That's quite a combination. Welcome to the West Coast. Janet says, turn around and go to the... Stay tuned. Let me just see if I can go inside this building. Bear with me.
Mama, make sure your strings are tucked in, the ones from the dress, the front. Make sure all... Y los de lado que frío.
It's close right now. It is Saturday, so some of these buildings will be closed. Janet says it reminds you of Wells. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a cathedral that you would see anywhere in England. Of course, the east coast of the U.S. has a lot of this type of architecture. You'll find it in Boston, Princeton, New Jersey, which is you'll find it in Connecticut. But I am kind of surprised to see this type of architecture here in the West Coast. Ray says, what? Multi-streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, all at the same time, and stars are Facebook's super chats. Yeah, the campus is going to be quieter than usual because it is Saturday. So this building was constructed in 1934. Interesting. Very new, also. It has its own collegiate Gothic style. I'm not sure if this fits into it. So here we have the Rainier Vista. I wish it was a sunny day so we can see Rainier. So they specifically designed this quad in order to have Mount Rainier, 14,000 foot mountain, viewable right, perfectly framed by the quad. It was designed by the Olmsted brothers, Frederick Law Olmsted being one of the architects of the Central Park in New York City. It was the centerpiece of the 1909 Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition, Seattle's first World's Fair. Wow, beautiful. When the weather allows, Mount Rainier can easily be seen from the distance. And here we see Mount Rainier. Beautiful. Oh, I wish it was a sunny day. Yes, no exceptions when it comes to all caps. Some people need accessibility. It's better to find the accessibility via your phone settings or your laptop settings. You can easily increase the text size either with your phone No caps in the chat, regardless. It's yelling in the party, regardless. So let's see, it has a timeline of the natural and cultural history. About 100 million years ago, most of present-day Washington lay underneath the Pacific Ocean until a giant island called the Okanagan collided with North America. Interesting. This used to be an island. At the Ice Age ended around 15,000 years ago, a series of huge spoken ice dams. There was massive flooding in this area. Who would have thought massive floods happened in human history? Oh, wow. I thought that was just pure myth. Now let's go. 1792, British explorer Captain George Vancouver renamed the mountain Tacoma. Oh, he renamed the mountain from Tacoma to Mount Rainier after his friend Rear Admiral Peter Rainier. Let's see. Rainier, here we have. 1907, 3 years after the first trainload of visitors visited Mount Rainier National Park, the first convoy of automobiles motored up the newly constructed road to Longmire Springs. It says many people came to Mount Rainier by car as by train or stage coach. And then 2016, Sound Transit Link light rail connects to the University District. Oh, fascinating. Janet says, Ariel, good day. I understand in about 20 minutes ago, I understand that you're leaving New York. No, I'm not moving off into the into the wilderness. Let me know if everyone's able to hear me, okay? So, Mount Rainier is hiding somewhere behind those clouds. Okay. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. Scott says, was that history? There is history in Seattle before Nirvana. Scott, yes, of course, there's history. History buff, probably history buffs specifically, unless if you really want to do your dig, you won't just like. There's not that much density of history here in Seattle. A lot of the structures before European colonization don't exist anymore. They weren't designed that way. The Native American nations weren't even that dense of nations. There were a lot of them, of course, but it wasn't that dense of a population. So that's why a city like this, you won't of history walking around. You do have to do your digging, you do have to do your reading, and you do have to go to specific places. So that's why I say a city like Seattle isn't really history. Cities in the east coast of the U.S., San Francisco, for example, here in the west coast, or many European areas. Let's go to this church. Your trees, you really do everything for your audience. Oh yes, I cued the wind just in time. Cherry blossoms. The pink ones are cherry blossoms. I'm not sure what the other trees are. Do let me know. Wendy says, "Can we go in?" No, a lot of these they're closed on Saturday, and then just in general, it's pretty hard to go into college buildings because most of them tend to be closed, unless if you're staff. Virginia says, "Is that an actual church?" No, this is emulate the architectural style of a church. Kay says, "I love cherry blossoms. They're a pity they don't last too long." Indeed, yeah. Now, hey Lynn, nice to see you here. Kumusta ka? To all the Filipinos tuning in, salam alaikum. To all Middle Easterns tuning in, buongiorno. To the 2 or 3 Italians tuning in. Welcome everyone, nice to see you here. Skol to like the 2 Swedes that watch my videos. One so pretty, oh yes. Very beautiful campus. Scott says, I love you finding cool spots. I know you were worried about hitting the bottom. Yes, I was indeed, but it's nice to walk around. Seattle is a nice strolling city. It's a good city to stroll. always a pleasure to watch you. Oh, thank you so much, Lynn. Appreciate you. Clouds, I would appreciate it. Because I want to see Mount Rainier. I want to show all of you Mount Rainier. Wendy says, have a dip. Okay. How deep? Dia says, is this the Married with Children fountain? Oh, I'm not sure. Uh-oh. It's so deep that, oh my god, this is actually deep. Last day of spring semester, there's a big splash party in the fountain. There, Alder asked, is this a college campus? University of Washington. Sally says, I wish you could have come to some country taking you to Rainier. Yeah, I was seeing photos of Rainier. It looks gorgeous. The grocery yesterday, says Wendy. I did. So, National District of Chinatown, and there was a gigantic Asian supermarket with some amazing food, and that's where I had chicken teriyaki. It was at a Hawaiian style eatery that they had. They had both a supermarket and a food court. So I'll show you. So in the International Chinatown District here in downtown Seattle, they have a gigantic, massive Asian market. I love how huge this is. They also have a food court and everything. This is so awesome. So much. So there we go. Yeah. Trish says, this looks like it could be any Boston suburb college campus. Yep. A lot of the campuses in the U.S. have similar architectural style. If they're what's called collegiate Gothic.
I guess it just depends on.
Now this strays a little bit away from the style you'll see in the East Coast, but very, very similar. Says, was that a TikTok video? I was going to do a TikTok video. I didn't end up doing a full video, so it was just a little clip. Adam says, are you an Easter person or are you a Passover person? Adam, were you trying to ask if I am Christian or am I Jewish? I was raised Catholic. I don't really practice Catholicism. But that's why I was raised. Are you going to do anything to celebrate? Not so much. Maybe eat a rabbit. Some rabbit stew. Maybe indulge in some. That's That will piss off a lot of hardcore Catholics. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Alder says, "Well, we enjoy some chocolate." Yes, enjoy some chocolate. Wendy says, "No rabbit stew, please. They're so cute." Judith, nice to see you here. Welcome, Judith. Wow, an hour has flown by. Didn't I even realize an hour has passed. Oh, what is this? Bench. That's a weird bench. Oh my god. Should we try the bench? Let me know. Kay says, I'm having roast lamb tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds good. Please invite me over. Been to the quad yet, says Carl? I'm not entirely sure which one is exactly the quad. We went to the Vista. Let's test the bench and test. Alder says that does not look comfortable. It does not look comfortable, no. All right. All right. Oh. Well, that's uncomfortable. I have stones sticking up and on my back. Oh, it's like a good massage. I would say that. That feels good actually. Ooh. Oh, wow. It's a self-massaging bench. Okay, it gets points for this. Oh, that's nice. But it's not comfortable. I can't even sit cross-legged, barely. Yeah, this is not the best bench. I feel like all lopsided here because the stone I'm sitting on is like this. There's no bird poo. Good. No human poo. Again, that's in other parts of Seattle. It is fairly clean. Massager. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's so relaxing. So if you really need to kind of massage your back and don't necessarily want to pay a Chinese masseuse, because a lot of the Chinese Americans, then yeah, this is a nice bench. I would give this bench. It's very highly uncomfortable. Only gets points for being massage worthy. So after you step off this bench, the rest of Seattle have a good chicken teriyaki with a happy ending in the U District. Happy ending because you're happy because you massage your back. So I would give this a good, mediocre 4.8 out of 10. .8 out of 10. Adam says it's like sitting on the massive back scratcher. Basically, yes, basically. Does that building in front of you look like our former World Trade Center? The one that had the towers in the middle? Yes, kind of looks like it. Molly says it's rock. It's like sitting on the riverbed. Maybe, but it ain't a bench. Hans says it should feel rock solid. Indeed, it should be. Alex says it's more like a sofa, a very highly uncomfortable sofa. Wendy says, just tuned in late last Sunday. Did you make it to Ballard's farmers market? Oh, I didn't know Ballard had a farmers market. When does it open? Disco at the polls. Ooh, we have Echo. Yes. Okay, and it has ended. No more. Recognizing that tune? Well, if you grew up in the 1990s, you'll know exactly what that tune is. It might predate a portion of my audience. Molly says, name that tune. Let me know if anyone recognizes that tune. Definitely something many 90s babies will know. Ladies and gentlemen, Gregor the Crow found some food. Yeah, I'm hungry. No, don't go. Please. Earl's Seattleite cousin. Wow, I'm shocked that no one knows that song. Oh, wow. Really? Does no one know what that song was, the one that I was whistling? It's so iconic. Have any words? It's meant to be. Molly says you cut in and out. My lips are a little bit dry, but that's it. Wendy says, oh my God, it's Moon River. No, it's not Moon River. I assure you not. But we have arrived to the wildernesses of the Pacific Northwest. People wanted to see nature, here it is. The Smith Hall. This is a history department. Oh, cool. Adam says not the Rugrats theme. You know, the Rugrats theme does sound a bit similar. But no, that was the Super Mario theme. The Super Mario Brothers theme. Yeah, that's what it was. Not Flintstones. Not Fraggle Rock. That predates me. So that is Super Mario Brothers. Ooh. John says it was the tune from Bonanza. Far, far predates me. Adam says, was it the movie or the Nintendo game? They both have the same theme song. Nelson says, I was only 22 in the time. I was young. The campus of Seattle University is also a good one, says Chandrakant. Aha, thank you so much, Chandrakant. Appreciate that. Okay, let's venture back to the main street. This was a nice foray into the campus. Jen says the cherry blossoms last week were so gorgeous. These ones, yeah, I'm not sure if these are cherry blossoms, but we saw beautiful cherry blossoms earlier. It was nice. Trish says you probably look like a student to them. Yep. I can either pass off as a student or a very young professor. Janice says these were all in bloom last week. Ah, okay. Susie says, whistle Legend of Zelda. You know, I never played Legend of Zelda, so I don't know it by heart. Eric says, do you expect to see the ghost of Nirvana on campus? I'm not sure if there's any rumors of Kurt Cobain's ghost anywhere. I don't think it would be really that appropriate to even discuss a ghost story about him. The trees look gorgeous. Thank you for this tour. My pleasure. Yeah, gorgeous campus. It's cool to know. So anyone who... Seattle is a bit more sprawled out than New York City. So, especially Brooklyn or Manhattan. So if you need to get around a little bit quicker and don't have public transportation nearby, these are a great alternative. This is Lime. Lime both has bikes and scooters. Also has electrical bikes like this one. Very useful. I love the scooters. Janice, thank you so much for tuning in. Ron says, how about Tomb Raider? Tomb Raider really, I don't think, has a discernible theme song. Ooh, beautiful new building. John says, do I hear seagulls? Yeah, there's a few of them, but I think they're just passing through. Wow, what is this? Can anyone let me know what type of pine tree this is? This is so... Look at that. And the color is so... Wow. It has this glistening dark green. That's so weird. I've never seen the pine tree like this. Jen says, I moved from Seattle in 95. I would love to move again. Kay says it's a monkey tree. Zito says, I think it's called Monkey Puzzle. Wow. Gorgeous. So a monkey tree, monkey puzzle. That is amazing. It's kind of weird too. It'll freak me out if I were walking around here in the middle of the night. Looks like a gigantic pine cone. It has eyes, says Susie. Oh yeah. Wait until you're here late at night, you'll hear the trees talk. Wendy says, I want one in my garden. If you have space for a 20-foot tree, then yes. Adam says it looks like a spider. Yeah, oh yeah.
It's just something that helps me sleep at night.
All right, who wants to join a little bit of yoga? Let me know. Molly says, walk down to the water. Where's the water? It's hard to find water here in Seattle. We're so far away. I'm joking around. We're surrounded by water here in Seattle. Molly says it's everywhere. Yeah, indeed it is. Now this is a gorgeous building. I like how they have like a garden on top right there. That's so cool. Ron says, I love it when they go downward dog. Yes, downward dog, yes. Great yoga pose. I think my favorite yoga pose is Shavasana. I think that's the name. Is that the one? Shavasana. Very beautiful yoga pose. Very difficult to do. Let me know what's good food around here. Let me know if you want me to feature some food. We are in the U district, so let's go back to the main thoroughfare. And there's more coffee and food options. What's the best coffee in the U district? And or food or light bites? Let us know. Wendy says, yes, please, I'm starving. Me too, Wendy. Susie says, I used to like Child's Pose. Great backstretch. Oh, yes. There's a Shake Shack around the shopping center. Well, Carol, thank you so much for a recommendation, but since I'm from New York, no Shake Shack for me. I'd rather show you something that you won't find in New York. Well, especially a business that you won't find in New York. Eric says Starbucks owns the city. It got way too much caffeine. It's insidious. Oh no. Where's the main street? I think it's going to be this way. Molly says just ask a stranger. Talk to strangers, Molly? Didn't they tell you not to do that as a little kid? Never talk to strangers? In Europe it's always a little bit easier to do that. I don't know, I find it in America a bit more awkward to randomly ask for recommendations. I usually find that people don't give good recommendations. So let me know what's your stance. Do you like asking random locals for recommendations? Sometimes when I'm having like a good conversation, then yes, but just randomly, I rarely do it. There's some countries where it's a little bit easier to do so. Oh, cool, little market here. Oh, this seems to be the dorm area. Lynn says Thai Tom's is a good place to go. Oh, thank you. Thai Tom. Wendy says I ask for recommendations randomly. Well, cool. Susie says not me. Hisami says I get shy to talk to strangers. Chandra says Shavasana is the position where you just lie down. Exactly, it's my favorite position in yoga. Susie says my mother drilled into my head to never talk to strangers. Yes, it's indoctrinated for Americans, Puerto Ricans, many other cultures in this area of the world to never talk to strangers. I'm of course exaggerating. Of course, people here are nice in general in America. And many parts I've shown around the world, so it's always pleasant to ask for a recommendation. Trish recommends also Big Time Brewery and Ale House. So cool. Big Time Brewery and Ale House. Uh-oh, we found the murder of crows. Ocean says people are not nice where you live. Ocean, do remind me where you're based at again. Sorry to hear that. Din Tai Fung is an awesome and somewhat expensive Asian restaurant. Ooh, thank you, Carol. Yeah, that one has good reviews, right? I remember giving a search. It's a famous place. Trish also recommends the Mountaineering Club. Okay, thank you so much. Molly says, Google it. It's everyone's favorite stranger. Ocean says Alabama. Oh, I see. Yeah. Some parts in the U.S., I imagine it's much more odd to ask a stranger for a recommendation. Wendy says, I want fish and chips. You know, that in Seattle you'll find. So maybe we'll find some fish and chips. Ooh, cool. Brutalist style, kind of brutalist style dorm building hidden behind all these trees. That's cool. Molly says there are parents now that tell their kids not to talk to strangers. Yeah. Yep. Wow, this is a gorgeous campus. It's huge as well. Ron says, have you found a good meat pie? I did. I have a short video on TikTok and on Facebook. TikTok is Ariel Vieira. Put my username. Facebook and Instagram is Urbanist Live. Follow me there. I posted a short video of chicken pot pie, which is the most common American meat pie. Basically the only American meat pie you can find in most of America. It was really good. A place called Macrina Bakery. They have a few locations, mostly in the downtown area. Okay, let me check the map. You are here. Well, where do I have to go? Caitlin says, never seen so many crows. There's a lot of crows here in Seattle, a whole lot. And if you see a group of crows, the official name of a group of crows is a murder of crows. Yep, murder of crows, that's the name. Mark says, where are you staying? Exactly, tell me the address right now. Mark did not say that. But Mark, I'll let everyone know the lodging I'm staying at. I'll be able to post a video of it at the end of my trip. So stay tuned. Follow me on Facebook and TikTok for those short videos. That's where I post my short lodging tours. Shots by Scotty says, are pineapples involved? In what regard? Ron says, I'm actually on top of Mount Rainier. Yep. Daily commute into Seattle on a daily basis. 8-hour hike down Mount Rainier and then off into downtown Seattle. It takes only 3 hours. So only a short commute of 10 hours or so. 11 hours. I don't know where I am at anymore. I have lost my way. Nelson says, many students took me in numerous times while homeless. And I'm forever grateful. Oh, Nelson, I'm glad you found the kindness of strangers. That's awesome to hear. Bella says, are we lost? Yes, we are. We've lost our way. Chandra says, have you had Indian food here in Seattle? I have not. Seattle doesn't strike me as a place with a large Indian population. I've seen there's a lot more Indians from what I've seen in New York and New Jersey. Amanda says, "Are you really buying a place in Seattle?" I was joking around earlier. Oh, a swing bench. Is there a map to show you how to get back to the Ave? There are maps. I just don't know where what Ave I just came from. But I walked through this way, so let's we literally just walked in the circle because this is, oh my god, we did walk in the gigantic circle. So I'm backtracking where I walked from. Now I know where I'm at. Alright. Wow, 30 minutes for that huge roundabout. Okay, this detour in the campus turned out to be very long. Let's let's see if we can get back to the main area. Now I know where I walked from, but we started over here before we walked on the gigantic circle all around back to here. So this is the area for the whistling. So now we're walking through the campus in which in Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi versions, the architecture here is very similar. I'm joking around. George says, thank God no Spider-Man references in Seattle. Yeah, there's no Spider-Man references here. I'm not sure if Spider-Man has come to Seattle. I only know, I was reading a comic book by a Marvel superhero named Dazzler. And she has one issue here in Seattle where she plays a concert here. The character is a singer. That's the only time I've seen Seattle in the comic book. Let me know if there's any Seattle comic books. Is there any superheroes from Seattle? Let me know. Most of the superheroes are from the East Coast in the Marvel universe. There's maybe like one or two from San Francisco. So yeah, let me know. Nelson says, I would love to see you collab with Manny Explorers. You're in luck. Search Puerto Rican food, urbanist, and you'll see me and Manny Explorers. John says, you do a great live stream. Thank you so much, John. I'm glad you appreciate my live streaming skills.
She's like actually doing this by herself now.
Justine says, plenty of trees to sleep under. Oh, yes. If it weren't so cold, it might be a great time to sleep. Okay. We'll get back there eventually. There I see the high rises.
Here's the huge cathedral-looking type of college building. So Inspire Life did some research. He says 138 appearances of Seattle in Marvel Comics. And there should be a few tens of thousands of Marvel issues. Wow. That's awesome. Nelson says, I'm also Puerto Rican. Oh, cool, Nelson. Thank you so much for tuning in. It'll be summertime by the time you find somewhere to eat, says Susie. Oh yeah, I'm working up quite an appetite. I'm famished. Looks cold weather here, says John. Oh yeah, John, it's cold. Was it 48 degrees, 47 degrees Fahrenheit? And windy. Molly says Everett. Go to Everett. What's in Everett? Let me know. ¿Y cuándo vas a Puerto Rico? Pregunta YC. And when are you going to Puerto Rico exactly? YC, you're sounding like my family. YC, te estás sonando como mi familia. ¿Cuándo exactamente vas a ir a Puerto Rico? I'm not sure when I'm going to Puerto Rico. I do intend on covering it at some point. Again, I've covered it before. You can search Puerto Rico Urbanist. You'll find a few videos already up. But I do intend to go at some point. That was a long walk. Oh, we still got a little bit more this way. Janet says, please take a trip to Jamaica. Jamaica does sound interesting, but you know what? I'll show you Jamaica Queens. How about that? And then maybe one day I'll go to Jamaica, the island. Molly says, go catch the bus. At this point, that might be the smartest thing to do. I think you earned a dozen donuts today. Oh yeah. Is this stone circle a portal? It would be very useful if this was an interdimensional portal. Like the ones we found in Ireland. Has pizza been featured yet in Seattle? No, Alex, it has not. It has not. But pizza may be featured in our next location. Stay tuned. New city next week. Gary says, don't touch the stones. You'll end up in 18th century Scotland. Gary, I would not be opposed to go to 18th century Scotland. Maybe there's a nice lass in 18th century Scotland. Again, I'm dropping hints of where I'm going all this past week. If you pay attention, you'll know. One more day of hints. Janet says, you would love Jamaica. Beautiful island with a lot of history. Oh, yes. I don't doubt it. Jamaica has some really good food as well. Sally says, I missed all the hints. Oh, no, Sally. Nelson says, what's your next spot? I've been dropping hints all this time. Matt says, okay, can't wait for a new city on next week. Oh, yeah. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, people are putting different cities. I mean, isn't it obvious that it's Lincoln, Nebraska? Like, I will be featuring some good old Nebraskan pizza. I mean, it's obvious.
I don't think so.
Yes, patrons will know where I'm going. I won't be making a video of it, but you'll know where I'm going. Patrons, I'll let you know when I fly out. it'll be soon. Stay tuned. No, early next week. Early this week, you'll find out. Patrons will find out first. Otherwise, you have to find out when I actually do a video at this location. So stay tuned. Obviously, it's Lincoln, Nebraska, and nearby Omaha. Obviously. I mean, there's beautiful architecture there. There's great pizza. There's like a McDonald's. Warren Buffett is there. So, yeah. If you don't know who Warren Buffett is, he's one of the richest men in the world, and he's based in Omaha, Nebraska, which is actually really right next to Lincoln, Nebraska. They're like sister cities right next to each other. Susie says Omaha steaks. Oh yeah. Good Omaha steak broadcast. Okay, we're back to the main thoroughfare. Now we're gonna go and indulge in the beauty of Seattle coffee, food, dessert, donuts, pizza, chicken teriyaki, poke balls, bubble tea. What else should we eat? I'm not sure if I've named enough food. I think we need a little bit more food. Gary says Warren Buffett, the sage of Omaha. So sage is a very close word, but the official word is the Oracle of Omaha. Yeah. So obviously we're going to do a live video with Warren Buffett, hang out with him, eat some McDonald's, live with Warren Buffett. Maybe we'll even go to a buffet with Warren Buffett. Scott says, here we go. Now it's getting exciting. Yeah. Now we're back in the main thoroughfare. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after all this walk, we're going to go to the premier local mom and pop cafe here. Starbucks. Have some good local bite. You down? Let me know. You want to go? Starbucks? Nice local mom and pop. I'm joking. I done already the official original Starbucks. We'll go somewhere else. Oh. Big Time Brewery. Someone just mentioned that earlier. Are these guys open? This might be early for beer, but let me show it. Ooh, sushi burritos. Have you taken a duck ride in Seattle? I don't think duck rides are ongoing right now in Seattle. I've done a duck ride live video in Boston. It was really cool.
That's good. When is this?
They are open, but a bit too early for beer. Let's seek out coffee. John says, I'm going to lay down and sleep. That's a good idea, John. Cafe Solstice. What is this place? Oh, Kay says I've done a duck ride on the Thames in London. That's cool. I didn't know the Thames even had a duck ride. I didn't even know Europe had duck rides. Many duck rides have been discontinued because of the terrible accident that ensued many years ago. Cafe Solstice. All right. Oh, this is beautiful. I gotta mute. There's music, so bear with me. Scott says, is Solstice closed? No, it looks like it, but it's not closed.
This is the end of side one of this record. Please now turn it over for the second side.
And we are back. Okay, so I already drank the coffee and ate the pastry. So this is awkward. Were you waiting for me to eat the pastry? I'm sorry, guys. I already ate, so I gotta go. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. All right. Bye. I'm joking around. I had to take a commercial break. Has that ever happened to you with a friend? It's happened to me at least once or twice. Hanging out with a friend and they already ate before you got there, and it's very awkward because I was like, oh, you didn't wait for me? It wasn't like I was late or anything. Let me know, has that ever happened to you? It's happened to me like once or twice in my entire life. Susie says, no, I would dump that friend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that would not be a friend one would want to hang out with much longer. All right, let me put just a bunch of stuff in my backpack. So we are at Cafe Solstice. I'm in the backyard area. It's cool that they have a backyard area. Let me show it to you, and then we're going to walk around a little bit more. Let me know if you want me to show you a little bit more of the U District. And we can find other bites or pastries or cool things to show off. Alder says, I worked last night. I keep dozing off, and this music jerks me awake. Oh, hey, no worries. These live streams are indeed a bit slower than I would do in certain other cities. So it depends really on the city. It depends on my mood. But I hope you enjoy both the mix of calming live streams and exciting live streams. I've noticed some of my colleagues that do live streams that are a lot more calmer and locations where there's even less stuff they end up getting tons of views. So I guess there's an audience for all types of live video. Let me know what you think. Let me show you the backyard area. This is a backyard area over here. There's some beer kegs. We can take one, chug that beer. And I end up getting classic cold brew coffee. Very common here in Seattle, like it is in New York. And a pumpkin bread with a gigantic pecan. Nice pecan pie right here. Pecan on this pumpkin bread. As Billy Crystal said in When Harry Met Sally. Can I get some pecan pie? Trish says your live streams are perfect. Oh, thank you so much, Trish. I appreciate that. Alder says, I'm enjoying this. Sorry. No worries, Alder. Alder is apologizing because Alder watching on Twitch is falling asleep due to working too much. But no worries, Alder. Look at this. So we're doing basically what one would do at Starbucks. What I would do at Starbucks is eat the pumpkin bread and get myself a cold brew or iced coffee, but not Starbucks. So this is the most Starbucks thing you can do at a not Starbucks in Seattle. Let's get that pumpkin bread with some iced coffee. So let's try a good pumpkin bread. It does look good. It's good. A little bit more fresher than the Starbucks one. Has a little bit more nuts in it. Yeah. Ron says it needs a dunk. Well, first let's try the cold brew on zone. Let's see. No. This is not good cold brew. This is not good cold brew. Okay. I gotta call in the staff, have a talk with them. It's like, guys, come on. We gotta have a talk. This is very serious. Very serious. Yeah, this is a cold brew fail. The taste, it's I think it's hot brew served over ice. They had it in a huge vat, huge pitcher. So it seems like they're putting hot brew over ice, or straight up making hot brew and cooling it down and putting it into the fridge. Either way, that's a terrible way of making cold brew. It's not real cold brew. If that is not the case, somehow they're messing up the cold brew process. So it's not good at all. It tastes a little bit more acidic. Ugh. Has that weird kind of metallic aftertaste to it. Carrie says, I don't think they know what cold brew is. So cold brew is very common in Seattle like it is in New York. Boston, you also find a lot of cold brew. Maybe the next city we visit, we'll find a lot of cold brew. I think we will find. Maybe we'll, join the intelligentsia of the next city we go to and have some good cold brew. But nonetheless, there's no excuse in these cities in America to not do good cold brew. No excuse. The menu, I did not read the menu, so it might have the menu might say iced coffee. So I'll give them benefit of the doubt. I did not read the menu. There was no menu that said there was no menu. Period. So I don't know if they call it cold brew. If they're calling it cold brew, this would be very disappointing. I would accept it if they call it iced coffee, and it's an acceptable taste for iced coffee, but that's bad. That's bad. So we might need to go to a different coffee shop, but this is pretty good. I'll have one more bite of this. What distinguishes between good and bad cold brew? Bad cold brew, good cold brew tastes like something. It tastes has notes of chocolatiness or notes of bright citrusy flavors. I've tried a variety of cold brews here, or more kind of nutty flavors. You end up getting some type of discernible taste from a good cold brew. And they're not acidic. They're very low in acid. A very good cold brew is. Because a cold brew, I think, is meant to be low in acid. That's why people would drink a cold brew. If they have sensitive stomachs, cold brew is the best way to drink coffee. When the cold brew is acidic, it indicates that it might have not been brewed cold. As opposed to steeping beans for 24 hours or steeping coffee grinds 24 hours in room temperature and then putting it into the fridge. Rather than doing that, it indicates that they might have just straight up made batch brew drip coffee, poured it over ice, or just poured it into a pitcher and put it into the fridge. That's bad. That's why it has a very strong acidic taste. This will give you heartburn. Cold brew usually won't. So I'm gonna throw it away. No. I'll throw it away somewhere else. CB is very flavorful. Yes, cold brew is supposed to be very flavorful and not acidic. Justine, nice to see you here. Welcome to the broadcast. Lynn, welcome. All right. No. What the pumpkin bread is good. Lynn says, why don't you tell me you don't like it? Lynn, this is a good question. I've had a lot of people express this before on these live streams. If you don't like it so much, why don't you tell them? It's tricky in America because in America, the people behind the counter are not the owners of the shop, nor are they really long-term employees. I'm generalizing. There are mom and pop shops in America, of course, but on average, in major cities, the people behind the counter are not long-term employees. They're definitely not the owners, and they have little stake in the coffee shop and its quality. Of course, I'm generalizing. There's always exceptions to this. That's why I found it very futile to even complain about the lack of quality of something. A, there's no way they're going to really be able to fix it. And B, usually people behind the counter don't give a shit. It kind of sucks. It's a bit different in other places. Maybe in more, maybe some places in New York, you'll find more mom and pop shops. Definitely in Italy. Most people behind the counter are actually invested in the quality of their stuff. It really depends where you are, but not in America. Yeah, it's futile to complain. And then worse off, you have this entire Karen meme going on. So for anyone to even give a critique about their food. So yeah. It's futile. It kind of sucks because what I love about a country like Italy specifically is that the places that are the cafes and the restaurants and the bakeries are run by the people that own it, and or the people that are working there work there for a very long time, years or more. Same case in France, same case in many other parts of Europe. And that's awesome, because when you have people who are actually invested into the business, you end up having a very good quality food and experience, which can be hit or miss in the U.S. because the U.S. is more top-down approach. There's owners that own, but they rarely ever come to the place, and they hire employees out. They hire a manager and they hire employees out, like Starbucks. But Starbucks is global scale. But they here in the U.S. they do that in smaller scale with these regional chains, which there's a few here in Seattle. So that's the shame. That's the shame. You should be able to get your money back. I don't think. Also, Alder, that's a great question. I don't think it's really acceptable to get your money back. This is not terrible. That's also the tricky thing is, of course, I'm doing videos about food, so I'm going to be a little bit more critical. But this is not by far so terrible that I want to spit it out. If it was, then maybe I will complain. That has happened very few times in my life. But in this case, no. I would not seek out a refund for this. It's not so terrible. It's not negligently, it's a hard word to say, negligently terrible. If it was, then maybe. If it was genuinely bad that could be fixed, then yes, I also might complain. Like if it was a latte where they forgot to put espresso in it, then yes. Then yes, I would go to the counter. All right, let's find another coffee shop, shall we? DS recommended finding another coffee shop. And Kay says even the seagulls were complaining. Oh yeah, they were. We're in the alleyway. But yeah, we can go to the main street here. Let's go this way. Hey, do you find consistency of taste and quality with chains like Starbucks? Yeah, Starbucks has gone downhill in terms of its quality and consistency. It's gone downhill. It used to be a bit more consistent and middling quality, but that has changed. I think so much so that they're begging Harold Schultz to come back as CEO. In other brands, yes, you'll find good quality and good consistency. Of course, the service is not always going to be very personable, like as I mentioned in European countries. But you will find good quality and good consistency because they're run well. La Colombe in New York. Here I've noticed Cafe Vicorola, it's hard to pronounce, that have good quality throughout. Trish is sponsoring a new coffee, and it's expensive. I spent like $5 for this coffee. Coffee here is slightly more expensive than New York. New York usually cold brew is still around $4.50. Here sometimes it goes up to $5 something. Christine, thank you so much for 100 stars. Okay, let's seek out another coffee shop. DS says, what's the best thing you've eaten so far in Seattle? The mac and cheese from Beecher's at the Pike Place Market. Second best thing I've had was the baked goods at Macrina Bakery, which I've shown in a short video. Angie says, you should go to the south. Go to Savannah. Yeah, you know, I met a lovely couple while going to one of the bars here from Chattanooga. Try saying that 10 times over. So it was nice to see that people are traveling here within the U.S. But yeah, maybe one day we'll do the South. I'm curious about Alabama. Hey, Morgan has been a member for 8 months, and someone earlier became a member. Do let me know who you were. Thank you so much. Sorry with the M. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. And Morgan, thank you so much for being a member for so long. Appreciate you. Ocean Angel says Alabama sucks. Touche, touche. I'm not sure. It does seem interesting because such a strong culture outside of here in the South. Let's cross. Morgan with the 2 Canadians. Thank you so much, Morgan, for sending over 2 Canadians across the border. I appreciate you. Thank you. Morgan says for better coffee. Ooh, thank you so much. Oh, this is the station. Robert says still live. Cool. Yeah. We're taking our sweet time today. So we came from here at the station. Let's go the opposite way we walked last time. Heather says I'm a stone's throw away from Huntsville. What state is that? You love it here, says Heather. Wendy says you're walking. I'm walking fast now. I am indeed walking fast. Indeed I am. Bella says, would you ever go back to Seattle? I think I have gotten my fill of Seattle for the meantime. There were 2 ducks here hanging out on the main street. Anonymous Stu says roll tide. Yes, I want to go. I'm curious about Alabama just to hear if people just say roll tide all the time. Chris says, are you by any chance going to the University of Washington? Yeah, basically the first 2 hours of this live video was Washington. I mean, it was the University of Washington. Look at this old school movie theater. Oh my God. That is so tiny. Oh, I love it. Look at the popcorn. Still expensive, like $11.25, but much less expensive than the rest of major cities. Just poking. There we go. The guy who I was talking, who was whistling earlier. It's a me, Mario. Oh wow, this is a big avenue. Chris says, thanks for doing this. You're taking me back memory lane. Oh, I'm so glad, Chris, that you're enjoying it. This seems more vibrant. I like this. Probably the most vibrant neighborhood I've been to outside of Pike Place Market. Ocean says you can stay with me in Alabama, but you gotta take me when you leave. A lot of people. There's humans out here. Oh, I like this. A place called Don't Yell at Me. Don't yell at me. Space between daily time. What is this? All right, let's go inside. I like the oolong tea with cheese foam, please. But can I have no milk on the actual tea itself?
Oh yeah, so that one isn't a milk tea.
Okay,
so
perfect.
it won't be any milk, just the cheese foam.
Okay, perfect.
No problem.
And then what snacks do you have?
Oh yeah, so we do have bubble waffles. So
Okay.
we have original and then chocolate chips.
I'll have the original, please.
No problem. And then for your drink, would you like to adjust your ice and sweetness level?
Repeat that?
Would you like to adjust your ice and sweetness level for your drink?
Sweetness 0.
Zero?
Yeah, and then ice medium.
Medium. And then any toppings?
What toppings do you have?
So we have these 3 options.
Oh yes, I'll have some brown sugar pearls, please.
Sugar? Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. And then you want the original bubble waffle. And then the waffle's gonna take about 4 minutes to cook.
That's okay. Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Awesome. And the receipt as well, please.
Oh yeah, receipt is gonna be printed
Awesome.
right here. And then
Cool.
your order number is gonna be right at the top.
Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, you do? Oh, cool. Thank you so much. YouTube or TikTok? Facebook. Okay. Oh, Wendy. Oh, you're Wendy Case. Oh, cool. Thank you so much. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
You've gotten in the way of our social life.
Oh, thank you so much for tuning in. And do you comment from time to time, or?
Well, I usually tell her.
Okay, cool. Awesome to meet you. Yes.
Thank you so much. We're going to get to New York. You've been smart to go back.
Yeah.
It's been like 25 years since we've been there. And I got to go back to Manhattan and walk.
I recommend going, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one place I can afford to stay. That's the hardest part.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you again so much for tuning in. And
I always want to meet you.
yeah, have a good day.
I was a student in London
Yeah.
almost 50 years ago.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got to know I was there for, about 6 months.
oh that's awesome.
Really got to know I traveled all the way to Scotland around.
And what's the one thing you would tell people to visit in Seattle for anyone to do?
Goodness, well, Pike Street, you discovered the market.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's Sunday Farmers Market and Ballard is my favorite.
Okay, cool.
Lots and lots of cut out the streets. You're right. It's so much fun. Music, buskers, food, produce, gifts. When you were down, right?
Yeah.
Where it was. Yeah.
Now, she mentioned to you when you were running around downtown,
Yeah.
there's a fast passenger ferry that goes kind of below the market on the waterfront to West Seattle, Alki.
Yes. Yes.
Walk on.
Yes, I was very tempted to go today.
Summertime, Alki Beach is just, it's like Malibu, for God's sake. They've
Oh, I
got
can
all
imagine.
kinds of beach volleyball and
Because the cruise ships come in too.
I hope tomorrow's sunny so I can see Mount Rainier.
Better today, I think.
absolutely.
Yeah, once more with time.
So yeah, we're gonna pray.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm getting back to the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Don't get me
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Keep up the good stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so shout out to Wendy and her husband. Thank you so much for saying hello. They were so nice. Wendy has been tuning in for quite a while, so it's awesome to see her. And they're local Seattleites, so they were hanging out in the nearby neighborhoods, Capitol Hill, which is very, very close. And we're gonna try some bubble tea, which Seattle has gained a good reputation for having good bubble tea. Let me put this mic over here. Ooh, this is a bit awkward. And that was the first people I ran into here in Seattle. It's very noisy here because they're making mixed drinks. But that was the first YouTube/Facebook viewers tuning in. I've already bumped into a few TikTok viewers. Kay says, I've fallen in love with bubble tea. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I'm gonna switch mics, so bear with me. Because Miss Lop says that all the people yelling. No one's yelling. I think there's just a lot of echo here, that's why. Yeah, no one's yelling. People are speaking at a reasonable level. There's a lot of echo. Okay. Alright. So I have two mics. I have the Rode Wireless Go 2, and luckily I have one without the lavalier that I can easily put on my jacket. And I have another one, the second one with a lavalier, which I can clip onto a shirt like this because it's awkward to put this here on the top. And Alma Stu says, bubble tea is very refreshing. Oh, I'm so glad it is. It's my order. 90. Sure. I'll be back. Okay, so I've been really wanting to try this again. So this is the cheese foam oolong tea with hot, fresh brown sugar boba. Oh my god. So yep, the top is actual cheese foam. The middle is oolong tea that's already getting mixed with the cheese foam. So there's no milk involved in the oolong. And down there below we have boba, which are tapioca balls all over your mouth. Very slimy balls. They're very good and they're warm because they're freshly made. This is awesome news. So I love cheese foam tea, and the place is called Don't Yell at Me. I didn't need this gigantic straw because look at this. I love how they're making now the bubble tea things. It looks very high quality. It does seem very high quality. It doesn't seem like your fast food bubble tea. So they have a little heart. Look at this, a little thing to cover the tap. A little heart. And here, easy to drink through. Ah, but you still need yeah, you still need this in order for the actual bubbles. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh yeah. Masticating publicly with some good bubbles. Some good balls. Wow. Oh. That's really good. The bubbles are just amazing. Not too overly sweet. Okay. 90? Yeah, that's mine.
I was like, wait, is this the right one?
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. So we got some original. This is like a Taiwanese waffle. Not sure what the name of it is. It's a bubble waffle, yeah. Taiwanese bubble waffle. Ron says, remember Ariel, too much mastication can make you go blind. Touche. All right, so we got more balls. Here we got waffle balls. Ooh. Super airy. They look big, but they're very light. Super airy. Let me see if we can do a cross section on one of these. Yeah, very light. Very light. Not sweet because you can get them with chocolate chip. Sometimes other places have crazy toppings like whipped cream, or they have other toppings, but this one plain. I like it. The exterior is perfectly caramelized. Wow. Anonymous Stu says, shall we dip? This one's a bit harder to dip. Dipping this into this would be a little bit harder. But let's try the cheese foam. Yep. Have you ever had cheese on your tea? Well, they do in China / Taiwan / many other parts of East Asia nowadays. I think this has caught on in the Philippines as well. Let me know. Oh, that's so good. So, wow. So the cheese foam is slightly salty. And I think that's why it makes it so good. It combines so well with the sweet boba, which is bubbles. Boba means bubbles in Taiwanese. And it combines well with the tea. The tea oolong is slightly like a toasted, has kind of an earthy taste to it, similar to green tea, but more toasted. That's the oolong flavor. Wow. Oh, I love cheese foam. That's so good. Whoever thought that salty cheese on top of your tea would be good combination, but it is. Wendy says, there are sure a lot of balls here. Yeah, there's a lot of balls here. Enough balls for everyone. Miss Lob says, salty with sweet is okay, I mean. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is not usual in bubble tea places. People usually don't dip or dunk at all, but we're gonna try it out. Wow, that combines really well. That saltiness of the cheese foam with the nice caramel flavor of this. They even float. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it because of but they float. So DS says, what kind of cheese do they use? I don't quite know what the name of the cheese is. It's called cheese foam. It's definitely saltier than cream or whipped cream would be. So I don't know if anyone knows what the cheese is. Last time I had bubble tea, some of the balls got stuck in my straw. That could happen, yeah. That's why these straws are gigantic. Ms. Lob says, Sue's silence will prevail as everyone stops and stares at her. You know what I like about these East Asian establishments is it's normal to do live streaming. There's a lot of Chinese students here in America in general, including the University of Washington, and it's very normal to live stream in that culture, along with Korea, Thailand, Philippines, Japan, and Taiwan. So yeah, it's probably the easiest places to live stream is East Asian establishments. That's why in the restaurants they don't give a shit. This makes up for the bad coffee. It really does. It really does. So feel free to ask me anything as I indulge a little bit more on this. And let me know if you want to see a little bit more of Seattle, of the University District. I do have to charge. Let me know, should I charge my phone so I can continue walking around? Let me know. Wendy says, yes, please. Have you been to Niagara Falls, Canada side, says Trish. No, I've been personally, many, many years ago, when I was like 12 or something like that. How much did it cost? This cost about, let me see the total price. Susie is asking how much it costs. Susie, nice to see you. No, Susan, nice to see you here. It costs $11.14. DS says, do you need to recharge after masticating? I think yes. I think after a long session of mastication, one has what's called a remission. Their phone goes into remission, a remission stage. It's gonna sound very loud, and you have to take a rest. Trish says that's a lot of tea. Indeed it is. Alex says, how's your sight? I have perfect 25/20 vision. I can see into the future. I have foresight, Alex. There's people who are foresighted, there's people who are nearsighted. I am foresighted. MC says the sound is low. Sorry, I can't control it. I can either use my mic or charge. I have to charge. Marco says I can see into the past. That's awesome, Marco. Where would you have dinner? Maybe here, in this general area. Alex says, is your sight still good despite a lot of mastication? Yes. Every time I publicly masticate. Masticating means chewing food, eating food. On live videos, my sight gets better. Yeah. Would you advise swimming after masticating? Says Ron. That's for the medical professionals. I'm not a medical channel. Alder says badums. Indeed, Alder. All right, everyone, slam that like button right now if you're enjoying these live videos. If you are, I will continue walking through. Fiami says, comenciando Pascua ahora mismo. You're starting Easter right now. Sí, qué bien que es Pascua. Feliz Pascua para todos los latinoamericanos viendo. Happy Easter to everyone tuning in. Miss Love says, stop or you'll go blind. Do you ever think of going to Providence, Rhode Island? I'm tempted to take a small trip to Providence, Rhode Island, yeah. Joanne, thank you so much for the question. Providence has cool history, especially now with the show The Gilded Age, which is on HBO Max, written by made by the same people who did Downton Abbey. Near Providence, Rhode Island is Newport. And Newport has a lot of the mansions that are featured in the show. AAP says, I'm going to have to light a candle for you. Thank you so much, AAP. Are you going to a teriyaki place? I don't know which would be a teriyaki place. So let me know if there's a specific teriyaki place here in Seattle. I mean, in U District. And Trish says, great food, cool things to come. Oh yeah. And Melody loves Rhode Island. That's good to hear. Saying, but I don't know what to do with those tossed. But I don't know what to do with those tossed salad and scrambled eggs, and they're caulking again. Good night, Seattle. You're quoting the Frasier song. That's awesome. Justine says this is a small chain. There's also one in Alberta, Canada. Do let me know which Alberta, and Singapore. Oh, cool. That's awesome. They're a chain also in Singapore. Don't yell at me, please. Please don't yell at me. It's not nice. DS says, you must give a fuck. Yes, I might have to give a fuck over here in Seattle and try fuck. The king of fuck. Let's see, maybe there's a good king of fuck around here. Frasier did a Latin version of his theme, says Ron. Really? Interesting. It's actually sung by Kelsey Grammer. Oh, interesting. Do they actually show Seattle in the show? I remember trying to watch Frasier when I was a little kid, and I knew that it was funny. I just did not understand any of the humor. But as a little kid, I recognized, like, if I were maybe older, like 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 years older, I would know exactly what they're joking around. That was my impression of Frasier as a little kid. I was like, why are these guys wearing funny sweaters? There's quite a lot of fuck places around the U District. So, for U District? Wendy says, I love Frasier. Oh, Wendy, thank you so much for saying hello. Miss Love says, yes, funny sweaters. Oh, yeah. All right, let's continue walking through. Hey, Dr. Tachi, nice to see you here. Thank you so much for tuning in, Dr. Tachi. Wendy says, I won't say hi. I know the 5-second rule. This Urban Outfitters is built in, probably used to be a movie theater. Oh, look at what we see here. Some cookie dough. Huh. But it's closed. Oh no. I was about to go because I was like, oh, maybe I'll try cookie dough, but no, it's closed. Miss Lop says, just break in. That was a good tea shop, everyone. Do visit, don't yell at me. Oh, the New York style pizza. Here, a place called Supreme, but it's only 21 or over. Damn it. Damn it. Why does it have to be 21 or over? Ben says, go to the Library of Washington, beautiful grounds and space. I've shown the University of Washington is a library, a different area. Let me know. This is a nice little Main Street. I'm so glad we found life on our final Saturday here in Seattle. Oh, I think there's music coming my way. All right, everyone. Yeah, someone was playing alternative metal. I had to mute. First time I've encountered alternative metal in the middle of the street. Meddling with my broadcast. Oh my God. We have someone practicing. Someone was punching a wall, so let's walk across the street to avoid an individual who's punching a wall. Dr. Tachi, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Dr. Tachi says, enjoy your next snack. I will. Oh, we found it, ladies and gentlemen. After all searching all throughout Europe, we found the Illuminati. It's been here all along. Look at that. We've gone to the most secret Freemason places in New York and Boston, to the Vatican City, all the way to the secrets of London and its back streets, and the Illuminati has been here in Seattle the entire time. And apparently you could get a good wax with the Illuminati. It's great news. Great news. Oh no, I think the businesses, are they ending? This is University Way right here, the entire street we're walking through. Morgan says, I wonder what the wall did to that guy. Yeah, I didn't want to show the guy. He was, the moment he he spots me trying to film him, he'll probably harass. So I didn't show the guy, but yes, there was a guy punching a wall. This is the second time I've seen this in Seattle. Punching a wall. I'm not sure what the wall did to this gentleman, but that's why I crossed the street. Do you think Seattle has changed as the grunge scene has changed SDS? I don't know too much about, I don't know Seattle history that deeply, aside from its general history. I don't think so. I think there has not been a band that has transcended Nirvana as a pop culture icon. Pearl Jam, of course, continues to sell out concerts. Soundgarden continues to be a very popular band as well. And Fleet Foxes has had an impact, at least in American music. But there hasn't been as big as a band as Nirvana since. It's really, really hard to, I think, to even beat Nirvana. It's like saying, has England made a better band than the Beatles? It's hard. Let me know. What do you think, Seattleites? Do you think Seattle will ever have a band as impactful as Nirvana? There's a hammer here. Okay. Oh, look what we found. A Jack in the Box. That's like a Burger King / McDonald's type of fast food. Usually in the West Coast. Nelson says it hasn't changed much. Seattle will always love Nirvana. Yes. Yeah, Nirvana. I have no doubt that Nirvana will fade from popularity anytime soon. I just wonder whether Seattle will have a band as big as them.
Is it?
Oh, here we have a vintage store. AEP says, may I give you a ticket to the sports game tonight? AEP, I'm so honored that you want to give me a ticket to the sports game. I do have work to do later tonight, so I'll be unable to accept that gracious gift. Thank you so much for offering. But I'm glad you enjoy, and a lot of Seattleites enjoy their local sports team. Let me know, what's the most famous sports team here in Seattle? I think, is Jack in the Box open? Yeah, it is. Maybe we should go to Jack in the Box. I think we have exhausted University Way. What is this place on the corner over here? Susie says yes, I would love a Jack in the Box. I don't think I could stomach a Jack in the Box. Trish says, good night from Boston, my urbanist friend. See you in the next location. Maria says, oh, if only I lived in a country like the US. My country is probably the size of Central Park. I mean, if you live in Monaco, it's quite literally the size of Central Park. Yeah, I mean, the US is huge. It has some downsides for being so big. It's hard to kind of hop around between cities. And also because it's so big and connected by these massive highway systems, the cultures are not so distinct as they are in Europe. Okay, so let me know, is there another part of the U district to walk? Carrie says you should walk over to 45th Street, make a right, and walk over to Wallingford. What is Wallingford? Let me know. I'm trying to find... Is there another thoroughfare here in the U district? Marcy says, Seattleites, what should Ariel do tomorrow? The farmer's market in Ballarat. I'm not sure if it's open because it's Easter Sunday. Wendy says, yes, please go live for another 5 hours. Miktos says, I prefer city life as opposed to suburban life. Me too. Me too. Pat says, Wallingford is the neighborhood east to Fremont. Okay. Yeah, so let me know. What else is there to do in the U district? Is there another main thoroughfare? Past where you're at is mostly residential. I'm getting that feeling, yeah. I think we're pretty much exhausting at least this street. Oh, they're closed. This would have been cool to feature. This place is called Morsel. Morsel are known for their biscuit sandwiches, but they're closed at 3 p.m. Why? Robert says, can you take us to Mass tomorrow so I don't feel bad about not going? I'm not sure. Are there any churches in Seattle? I may have seen only one in Seattle. One thus far. I don't think I've seen more than one church in Seattle my entire 2 weeks here. I'm kind of shocked how little churches there are. So yeah, let me know. It'll be too cold to go for the beach. Wendy says, yes, another 5 hours about right. The other Wendy says also 5 hours. So we have multiple Wendy's saying I should go live for 5 more hours. It's time to get on the bus to San Francisco. Yeah, that would be what is it? 8-hour live stream? More? Be a long live stream to live stream a bus ride to San Francisco. You should go across University Bridge to Houseboats. How far away is that, Wendy? Wendy, let me know. Wendy Case tuning in. What's the cross street that I should follow across University Bridge, and how long of a walk generally is it? So as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't done that much deep digging into the neighborhoods here. There's not that many resources on YouTube, at least. Articles I'm sure you can find a bit to see more of the best bites to eat. But no, I haven't really gone that deep into finding out everything that is to know about Seattle. So that's why we're kind of going off the recommendations of locals. Christine says, yes, go to the houseboats. Maria says, we can give you a lot of churches. Maria, where are you from? Do let me know, Maria. Maria says, there's a lot of churches where I'm at. Yes, but there's a lot of European countries where there's a church every corner. Come to England, says Marcel. I already did. ¿Prefieres una ciudad más iglesias que café? Many ask a very strong question. Do you prefer a city with more churches than coffee shops? No, yo estoy bien con una ciudad con más café que iglesias. A mí me encanta la belleza de iglesias, especialmente las iglesias católicas, porque esas iglesias tienden a estar más abiertas más frecuentemente. Aquí no hay tantas iglesias en Seattle. Hay otras ciudades que tienen más iglesias. So no, I would not want to necessarily go to a place with more churches than coffee shops. I like my coffee shops. But yeah, Seattle has been the city where I've seen the least amount of churches thus far, I think, in my trip. Washington, D.C. has had more. Boston has had more. New York has a lot more. Yeah. Go 2 blocks south to the west to Roosevelt and walk south. It'll take you across University Bridge. And University Bridge is 0.7 miles. Oh, wow. Okay. Is it 0.7 miles or 7 miles? Then that would be long. I'm from Malta. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, Maria. Yes. Thank you so much for reminding me. From Malta. You should do a live blog in Tenerife. I would love to go to Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Lydia says, absolutely walk down to North Lake where the boats are. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what the cardinal directions here. I don't know too well, so let me know. In west. I'm going west, okay. I don't know where west would be.
Especially now that we are responsible for finding people to cover our shifts. Then there's kind of an issue there. Where it's like the person that was going to cover the shift for that role can't also cover the bar back.
Walk towards the cityscape. I guess this way? I'm not sure. West is to your right. This way?
I don't, but
Take a left at Jack in the Box. Okay. Take left. This way. This way? And that way? You're going the right way to University Bridge. So next block, this way. Christine, thank you so much for the stars. Take a left after Roosevelt. Sorry everyone, someone's playing rap. I'm gonna mute it for a little bit.
Please now turn it over for the second side.
More music. Okay, someone was playing Limp Bizkit. So, Evelyn pregunta, ¿aquí celebran Pascua en Estados Unidos? Depende en dónde estás en Estados Unidos. Las áreas que son más religiosos, más cristianos, va a haber un poco más celebraciones de Pascua. Y también las ciudades que son más católicas, como Nueva York, como Boston, va a haber más celebraciones. O maybe también en el sur de Estados Unidos, como Texas. I would assume that Easter you'll see a little bit more prominently in cities that are a bit more either Christian or Catholic. Catholic would be like New York, Boston, and maybe cities in the south with a larger Mexican population. And then Christian areas as well. But Seattle, not so much. En Seattle, no tanto, tú ves, tanta celebración de Pascua. So we gotta go right. Uphill. And George says, how embarrassing that someone was playing Limp Bizkit. Go downhill, says Carrie. Carrie says, no. Really? Downhill? Lori says, glad you made it to this neighborhood. There's more activity here. There is, yeah, a lot more activity. Let's go downhill. Ooh, coffee. Alright, before we go all the way down, let me know if you want to catch a movie or concert. It seems to be this is a music venue. Oh. Coffee. Is there more good coffee shops this way? If I bump into any others, I'm very curious. There's another one across the corner. Well, it's kind of cool. This is a nice area. Let me know. Oh, this is the Mountaineering Club. Ah, cool. This is, someone mentioned this earlier. Wendy says the Graduate Hotel here has a rooftop bar. Cool, but do they have good coffee? Which one is the better rated coffee? Leon or I'm not sure what that one's called. Poindexter. On Brooklyn Avenue. That's funny. Hey, we have arrived back to Brooklyn, ladies and gentlemen. Mikto says, I see my condo. Cool, Mikto. Oh, wow. It seems like a big concert is happening here. Cave Town. Cave Town, a lot of the kids are lining up here. Wow. Oh, it's cold. Wendy says, I've heard that Poindexter is cool. Cool, Wendy. Thank you so much for letting me know. Suzanne says, is Seattle's quiet? Is it normally like this? According to many of the local viewers, no. It's not normally like this. Has been one of the more vibrant neighborhoods we've seen. All right, we're gonna go for a coffee stop and then we'll continue down to the houseboats.
This is the end of side 1 of this record. Please now turn it over for the second side.
Okay, everyone. So sorry for the delay. I've been having not the best luck with coffee. It took a while to make this cold brew. I'm not sure if it's real cold brew. Let's see. Let's try it out. So we are at one of the hotel lobbies, the Graduate Hotel here, which is a chain of hotels. I think it's also, there's one in Cambridge as well in the UK. So let's try this out. Cold brew here at the Poindexter Cafe before we continue down to the houseboats. The longest time I've ever had to wait for a cold brew. It's good. It's good. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Real cold brew. I'm glad. I was a little bit nervous there. It's actually really good. Wow. It has a very nice, beautiful taste to it. It's very kind of more nuttier. I love it. Wendy says, "Oh no, cold brew again." I did not even drink the other cold brew. So I had to have another cold brew before I continue walking around. Dia says, "What do you look for in a cold brew?" It has to be smooth. This one's smooth, not acidic. Acidic cold brew, as I mentioned, is not good. I also look for some type of flavor to it. You can't have that kind of, there's flavors that are associated more with badder coffees. Too bitter, too much of a metallic aftertaste. Flavors that are also more, you don't want a cold brew that's funky. Very rare, in general in coffee, I've tried something that tastes funky. It's very rare, but that shows as a very bad coffee. So opposite of that, you want something a little bit more flavorful. Alex says, "What was that impersonation?" Pretty good. You don't know? Then I would recommend watching a show called Curb Your Enthusiasm on HBO. It's too cold for cold brew, says Lydia. Well, I buy cold brew because hot brews are a bit, my stomach can't quite handle right now hot brew. So I'm kind of taking a break from strong hot brew coffees. So I'm going for more cold brews. Irene says, "Oh, are we going to the houseboats?" We are. I just had to stop for coffee. Because coffee shops here close at like 5 p.m. And a lot of them do, or even earlier, 4 p.m. So I wanted some coffee before it's too late. So pardon the delay on going to the houseboats. But I'm gonna need some energy to get to those houseboats. I'm gonna have a little bit more of that pumpkin bread I bought earlier. That's a good pumpkin bread. Carrie says, "I have to go. Hopefully someone will lead you the right direction to the houseboats." Carrie, thank you so much. All right, let's go. Veronique says, "Enjoy your pumpkin bread." Thank you so much, Veronique. I appreciate that. See if you can go to the rooftop bar. Let's go to the... no, I'd rather not try to go to the rooftop bar. Thank you so much for the recommendation, Marcy. But let's go to the houseboats. On your visit? Wendy says, "Have you been eating? You have been eating pretty well on your visit." I haven't had too much real plates of food here in Seattle. I've struggled to find food that's open late because I'm mostly in the downtown area and haven't ventured out to the other neighborhoods at night to have food. So I've been eating kind of just pastries at night that I buy from the coffee shops and eat later. So yeah, I haven't been eating the best here in Seattle because it's a bit tough to find a salad or a rice bowl late at night. All right, dark clouds are rolling in, says Lydia. Uh-oh. All right, I'm gonna head over to the houseboats. I got bundled up first because it's gonna be cold. Okay, we are back. So a huge line for a concert. Wow, is Cape Town really that big? Never heard of Cape Town. Let me know. These kids are waiting for it, seems like it. Hey, Rafael, nice to see you here. Ooh, we got Qdoba. People don't know, Qdoba is like a not as good Chipotle. It's like a lesser version of Chipotle. Evelyn said, qué fría se ve la primera primavera este año. Oh, sí, bien frío. Evelyn says, how cold it looks like this spring. Yes, very cold. Bien frío. Estoy sorprendido que frío está aquí en Seattle en la primavera. I'm very surprised how cold it is here during springtime. How far away is the houseboats? Let's see. Dia says, is it me or do the homeless look so young here? There are very young homeless, yes. There are. Ooh, bubble tea. Who wants to go for more bubble tea? There's so many bubble tea places here. Am I going the right direction for the houseboats? I don't know. Let me know. Are we going the right direction for the houseboats? Let me know. Local Seattleites. I'm not sure if any local Seattleites are even watching anymore. A lot of them are giving up. It's like this man stopping too much for coffee. We gotta go. Marcy says the cold is unusual. Wendy says, do you need directions? Yes, I do. Am I going the right direction for the houseboats? There's Roosevelt. Someone earlier mentioned that I have to turn on Roosevelt. Nomalis! Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. So right now I'm on Roosevelt. Let me know. This way? I think it's this way. Let's go this way. I know, we can go for some kratom. Take a left on Roosevelt. Okay. MC says, ask someone on the street. MC, you want me to talk to a stranger? In America? Oh, no. Wow. Oh my God. That's so awesome. You know, this trip I haven't gotten as many super chats or stars as I do with other trips. While I have a few people who are really, really deeply loving these broadcasts, and I'm glad they are. It's not the most popular in general, but I'm glad I'm covering it nonetheless. And Lori has sent a whopping $50 super chat. Round of hearts to Lori. She's a common super chatter. She says, I've been enjoying your exploration and impressions of my hometown. So glad you're enjoying our city and all it has to offer thus far. Safe travels to your next destination. Curious to see what area you're going to. Cool. Thank you so much, Lori. Round of hearts. Thank you so much for the very kind $50 super chat. And yes, I'm happy I can show Seattle. You know, Seattle, one of the reasons I'm doing a very long live stream is because I wanted to do this in the UK, but the UK was very tricky with cell phone reception. And I like that Seattle has good cell phone reception almost everywhere, and that I can hop around with buses, trains, ferries, light rail, and whatnot. So we've taken a light rail, monorail thus far, and a ferry thus far. So it's awesome that we can hop around very easily. So thank you so much, Lori. Wendy says, I'm having trouble sending stars. How else can I contribute? Best way always is paypal.me/Ariel Vieira for during the broadcast. Otherwise, I do my best to shout you out if you send me one after the broadcast. On YouTube, you can leave a super chat as well. Wendy says, are we there yet? Ariel, after you cross University Bridge, you reach the houseboats area. Take the street to the water at this point. Thank you so much. Okay, it seems like we're getting closer. Here's a pineapple cafe. Oh my God, pineapples. I love pineapples. And I love cafes. I'm enjoying the relaxed vibe of Seattle, says Melody. Oh, I'm so glad you are, Melody. George says Seattle has excellent gum acoustics. Oh, yeah. David says you forgot to mention horseback. When I cover Montana or Nebraska, I will consider doing horseback as well. Matt says, I'm back after a very long nap. I love that there's so many condominiums here. And this one is flanked by 2 cute dogs. Look how... Oh, this is called Pineapple Hospitality. What? Oh, I love all the pineapple theme here. Nomades says, I don't have much money, but Ariel deserves much more. Oh, no, Nomades, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Round of hearts for Nomades as well. Nomades is contributing from a country where the economy is in shambles. It sucks. I hope Argentina gets better, because I do want to visit Argentina. I do want to make videos there. So thank you so much, Nomades. That's so kind of you to contribute. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're riding this very rough wave that's hitting Argentina. Hopefully you come out stronger than ever. Thank you so much for the contribution. Marcy says those were Huskies, the mascot of the University of Washington. Ah, cool. So is this more dorms? Do let me know. Beautiful kind of industrial. So we are right at the University of Washington School of Medicine. What was the Jack Straw Cultural Center? I don't know, Miss Lob. It's closed at the moment. It seems pretty empty. I can't really tell what it is. Alder says that Argentina is beautiful. It really is. Janet says they're not dorms, but students do still live in these areas off campus. So Ms. Lob says Jack Straw Cultural Center is the Northwest only nonprofit multidisciplinary audio arts center. Oh, cool. So it's an audio arts center. All right, I hope we're going the right way for these houseboats. Christine says boats are on Lake Union, right? I think so, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Another cool neon sign, University Inn. Andy asks, why is city life better than suburban life? So here we have another beautiful cafe. Closes at 2 p.m. Oh my God. 2 p.m. Crazy early. Ron says, don't worry, you're going the right direction to Canada. Okay, that's good to hear. I think we're getting close. I think so. I hope so. There are some on the east of University Bridge and the Seattle Yacht Club, says Janice. Oh, cool. That's awesome to hear. So, Andy asks a great question. Why is city life better than suburban? I personally think it's way better than suburban life. I've experienced both. I could say not only my personal opinion, but also due to various studies, city life has proven to be more better for people in general and their mental health. Well, bear with me. I'm staring at these chickens. They're so nice. Hey, little guy. Oh, so adorable. How can you even consider eating a fried chicken sandwich after seeing this beautiful, cute sight like that? Shame on you, meat eaters. Shame on you. Well, I mean, I do eat meat as well, but we won't talk about that. Shame on you. The bridge, is it that the bridge? Someone said, let's not get lost like I did last time. Yeah, I would prefer the same thing. Yeah, me too. Nicole says, I had chicken today. Shame on you, Nicole. Is that the bridge right down there? I don't know what the bridge is. Johnny West says, aren't you the guy from NYC? What brings you to Seattle? I got lost. I was trying to go down to Brownsville, Brooklyn, in order to do a broadcast, and it sent me to JFK Airport. I took the plane, and I don't know, I got here. It's kind of unfortunate. So I decided, let me just stick for 2 weeks and just do broadcasts here. Wendy says that's the bridge. Okay, thank you. Susan says, I've raised chickens before after 4 months, slaughtered them, and then ate them. Oh my God, Susan, that's so dark. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a common thing that many farmers have to do. People used to see the meat that they would eat before. Okay, so where do I go now? Miss Love says I should have toured Albuquerque. Who knows? Albuquerque might be the next city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I mean, that was the main shooting location for Breaking Bad, I think. Janice says straight. Okay. Do I have to go across the bridge right over here? Or... we found a cool little sculpture. Alder says, why have been flagged by mods? I'm not sure why, Alder. But thank you so much for tuning in. Go over the bridge. Yes, across. Okay, thank you so much. Let's pause over here. Joe says this is a peace park. 1945, 2 atomic bombs devastate Japan. There was a local Quaker from these parts who actually came over here and helped a lot of the Japanese who were interned during World War II. Japanese Americans. And this park is in his honor. And he also went over to Japan after the bombs were set and helped the people there to rebuild their homes. However, in Hiroshima, there was one little girl, only 12 years old, who knew that her life was coming to an end after surviving the atomic bomb because she ended up getting leukemia due to the massive radiation. In her last dying weeks, she had set a goal to make 1,000 paper cranes. I'm not sure if she reached her goal, but these paper cranes end up becoming the international symbol of peace after her death, or untimely death at 12. And this is in her honor, right over here, with people still leaving paper cranes right at the foot of her statue. If anyone can remind me of her name. And remind me of the name of the Quaker who helped the Japanese, both Japanese Americans and the Japanese in Japan during World War II and after World War II. Big Pound! Hey! Big Pound! Thank you so much for a $5 super chat. He says, will you consider living in Seattle over NYC? I don't think so. As I mentioned, Seattle is a very beautiful city. Definitely has a lot to offer. And I think will only continue becoming a better city as time goes by. I hope Seattle considers building more public transportation in order to fuel the growth of this city. And who knows, in 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years, it just might become one of the great cities of the U.S. I think it's definitely in that direction. Would I live here at the moment? No. I really prefer hustle and bustle. Hustle and bustle of cities like New York, Paris, Rome, London. So city over suburban life. We're getting close to the houseboats. I'll show it to you in a bit. But let me quickly answer this question. Of course, it's always subjective, but there are objective studies on showing that city life is actually better for mental health, for physical health, and for the economy to have city life over suburban life. And there's various reasons why I would say city life is better than the suburban life, and this could be a very long conversation. But in general, and this is a beautiful view, let me show it to you just in a little bit. In general, city life, I think, is better. It fuels more social interaction. You're closer to people. Yeah, I'll put my mic a little bit down, too close to the mic. It fuels social interaction. The fact that you can walk increases the chances of you coming across different people. You can go to your local cafe, your local grocery store, your local bistro, your local sandwich deli shop, and you'll start making more social connections. Working in city places also fuel more entrepreneurship because you're closer to other people. Name me how many major companies have started in the suburbs. It's very, very few. Most major companies across the world, especially in the US, have started in major cities. Her name was Sadako Sasaki. Thank you so much, Rainier. The girl down there was Sadako Sasaki. The problem with suburban life is that suburbs, everything is sprawled out. And I'm talking about suburbs as we know in America. And some European countries have done the very sprawled out suburbs that you require a car to use. The problem with using a car is usually you would require a car even for something that's very close, even for something that's as mundane and usual as getting groceries, you require a car. That's why in America we have gigantic supermarket chains rather than tiny little mom and pop grocery stores. And that's why people have to do their shopping once a week or once every 2 weeks rather than just going casually every single day to the grocery store or walking through. Having massive sprawl in suburbs causes more pollution, harms our environment more because we have to build gigantic sprawling suburbs to sustain massive road networks that cost a lot of money, that raise the temperatures of the suburbs because they're asphalt, because we cut down trees in order to build these asphalt-ridden suburbs. We have to build more water pipes. We have to make electricity travel longer distances. We have to use more water for watering our lawns, more fertilizer going into those lawns, killing the very ground underneath our feet. Gigantic gas-guzzling cars have to be used to even make something as simple as buying a loaf of bread. Suburbs are not sustainable. People think suburbs are sustainable because we don't see the costs. But the costs are going to become very evident in the very near future. These costs of the suburbs are what is dragging down the economies of most of the Western world. And that's why there has to be a change. We have to go more into city life. Of course, people can still choose to live in a car suburb, but that should not be the norm. Most people don't even want to live in car suburbs. Is that here in America, we have been indoctrinated to live in car-centric suburbs. We think that is the American dream. We think that is true freedom, to use a huge, gigantic 2-ton gas-guzzling car that can kill anyone at any moment's notice. You can cause manslaughter and not even intend to do so because the cars are so big. They cause hundreds of thousands of deaths per year. And we think that's freedom. We think that is the American dream. But no, it isn't. Cars are tiny little prisons meant to insulate us from our fellow neighbors. So I think city life is much better. Also, it improves our economies to a much higher degree. So that said, let me show you the beautiful views. This is very pretty. Wow, this view is very pretty with this bridge. And here we're starting to see the boats. Maria says, although I can never live in the city. That's okay, yeah. I mean, but I don't think we should be forced upon to live in the suburbs. I think suburbs have been forced upon us due to the automobile industrial complex or the huge housing complex that we have here in many parts of North America and Europe and Australia, New Zealand, and many other parts of the world. This is beautiful. That's why if Seattle plays its cards right, it could truly become one of the greatest cities in North America. Wendy says the sleepless in Seattle houseboat is on the other side. This side? This side or this side? Or this side? DS says, have you ever gone fishing? I've done it like once in my life. I've gone fishing. Lydia says if you head back down to Fremont, you can get really close to the houseboats. Oh, okay, cool. Stop if the bridge operator named Dave is here. I don't see a bridge operator here right now, but the windows are pretty foggy. So no, I don't see a bridge operator. Wendy says on the west side of the lake, you're on the east side. Oh, I see. B. Chris says the problem is the lack of good public transport. Yeah, you would need transport in order to justify people moving to major metropolitan centers. Seattle's trying, but Seattle and many other cities in the U.S. have to go faster. They're taking way too long to build a transportation network that's feasible for a large city to run efficiently. Many people don't realize, but our New York City subway system was built really only in the course of about 20, 30 years. It was that quick. It started in the 1890s. By 1904, a few lines already opened. A few, not just one, a few lines already opened. And basically by the 1920s, we had the majority of our subway system, with the exception of the ACE blue lines that were built a little bit later. So we had the majority of our subway system built only in the course of about 30 years. We went fast. Tokyo also went fast. We built our interstate highway system across the entire U.S. in the course of about 20 years as well, less than 20 years. Most of it was built within the presidency of Eisenhower. So, yeah, it's no excuse that a city like Seattle, which is doing a good job thus far, but it needs federal help. A city like Seattle, if helped by our federal government, like the interstate highway system was the case, like was the case with the original public transportation networks of New York City, Boston, and others, we could build a massive train network, or the city could build a massive train network in 10 to 20 years. But no, we're going too slow. So here are the houseboats. Just like the movie Sleepless in Seattle. Though the one where they filmed it seems to be a little bit further away. Johnny says they didn't want it here in Seattle. Yeah, they didn't want it. They didn't want the public transportation here in Seattle. They voted against it in 1967. Yeah, that's right. Oh, look, there's like a little boat tour. What tour is this? Or is this like a public ferry or something like that? What's the sound? The huge sound is of the roadways right over here. You are nearby East Lake. Ah, all right. East Lake. Hey, David says he linked the article about the crazy journey that the military had to do in order to get from East Coast to West Coast. And that's why they built their interstate highway system. Yeah, I mean, the highway system is great. It's one of the biggest mega projects in human history. And it's great that we have it for military reasons. I think we pretty much already have all the interstates that we need for defensive measures. There's pizza right over here. Johnny Moe's Pizzeria. Johnny says, you make me laugh with your green philosophy. Johnny, is just a matter of gasoline, carbon monoxide, huge roads, asphalt, increased temperatures. It's very basic stuff. It's not any type of philosophy. You can actually calculate the temperatures rising in suburban areas. What is this? So here's a pizzeria. It's closed at this moment. And here's like a walkway. What is this? Huh. Cool condominiums. Joe says, where is he trying to go? Wandering around, no particular direction. But what neighborhood is this? Right over here. It looks nice. Christine says down, yes. Really? Oh, the pizzeria is open. Here in Seattle, for some reason, they use these windows that are very reflective. I'm not sure why. Dia says go down the walkway. I'm not sure. It seems pretty desolate. Lydia says, yep, my father worked as a Boeing engineer, and greenhouse effect is very basic science. Yeah, indeed, it's very basic science. There's no politics involved in temperatures rising because of asphalt. Asphalt reflects more sunlight. Basic science. Absorbs more sunlight. Houseboats are the other way. Which way? This way? Janice says East Lake has a lot of coffee and food. Where's East Lake? Let me know. Where's East Lake? Ron says this looks more residential. It does, yeah. East Lake Avenue, you mean? Okay. Cool, thank you. Ross. Can you give us a tour of that motel? Yeah, random motel. A lot of random motels here in Seattle. It's cool. Some of them have been refurbished into apartments. I think LA does the same thing. Lydia says, we're now in East Lake. Cool. East Lake. What is there to do in East Lake? Oh, there's a number 70 bus right down there. Wow, it's already been 4 hours. I didn't even realize. "70 buses frequent goes downtown." Ooh, cool. Which way would be downtown? Would it be this way or this way? "Time flies when you're lost in Seattle. Straight is downtown," says Joe. Cool. Let's hop on the bus. This is a nice area. Downtown is the way you headed. Ooh, nice. I like downtown. Let's go to 3rd Avenue between Pike and Pine. I heard that's a very pretty area of downtown. Yeah, so the houseboats, I showed it to you from above. I hope you enjoyed that little peek into the houseboats. Wasn't going to go down too much. There was homeless living right underneath the bridge, so it didn't feel like too safe to go with the camera. But I hope you enjoyed it. Janice is laughing. What's so funny? We're going to go to the beautiful 3rd Avenue between Pike Place and Pine Avenue. It's apparently very beautiful. Chicago. Roberta says, "Are you in Chicago?" No, we're in Seattle. Seattle. Wendy says, "You're not lost, are you?" No, I'm not lost. Where are we? Not lost. This is clearly under bridge neighborhood. Johnny says third between Pike and Pine is dangerous. Yeah, I'm joking around. I am indeed joking around. Yeah, don't. I'm joking around, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go to 3rd Avenue between Pike and Pine. Don't do that. Oh, I got the walk sign. All right, if anyone could let me know, what time is the next 70 bus here towards downtown? Irene says he never gets lost. Nope. Never get lost. Wendy says it's 45 hours away. They're usually 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, Wendy. Why are all the Seattle bus stop windows busted up? Who the hell is coming to all the bus stops and cracking these windows? What is up? Why are people so violent against the architecture here? Let me know, why are people so violent against the architecture? I've seen so many bus stops. I maybe have shown 2 or 3 while walking around. You've seen them. They always have cracked windows. Storefronts have cracked windows as well, especially in the downtown area. And I've seen already about 2 guys punch walls. Why are people so angry with the architecture? What did the architecture ever do to you? Janice just says, just turn around and head downtown. Are we really close walking distance to downtown? Let me know. Are we really that walking distance to downtown? That's why I'm tempted to wait for the bus. What time is it? Let me know what time it is. It's Saturday. Let me know what time is it. Angie says, no, you're not. You're far. Take the bus. Yeah. It's 5 p.m. Okay. 5:07. It says right over here. 5:07. B says, Ariel, you are too funny. I'm sorry. You know, sometimes I just get carried away and I become too funny. I'm so sorry. I'll do my best to tamper down the funniness. Yeah. I'm sorry if my humor, you know, laughing too much has made anyone uncomfortable. Oh, you keep looking back and forward where you were. Go ahead. No, I'm going to wait for the bus. Who wants to ride the bus? Let me know. Who wants to wait with me 7 whole minutes for the bus, give or take? Bus is here usually on time. 7 whole minutes. Who wants to wait? We'll enjoy a nice journey downtown. A bus passed the other way, so we are not completely in the desolate middle of nowhere. We seem to be still in Seattle. Name one thing you would never do again, says B. Chris. There's many things I would not do again. Alder says, behind you. That bus is going the opposite direction. That one I think is going to University District. Catherine says, yes, take the bus. No, this is the 70 bus, downtown Seattle, yeah. 70 bus. Jack says, you're more relaxed than I've ever seen you. Don't stop. I'm relaxed. And London bus driver here says, Dave, take the bus. Oh, Dave, that's so cool. We have a London bus driver here. I love the buses in London. Unfortunately, I couldn't do live streams there because the service wasn't steady, but I do love it. Johnny says, keep walking, save $2.75. Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe. Try and get on the bike lane? Yeah. So MMC says, what's the fare? I think it's $2.75. Have you ever thought of getting an e-bike, says Al G. Not really. I don't like riding bikes too much. I prefer walking. Scooters are nice. I still have yet to try one of the e-bikes here. I might do that a little bit later. But yeah. Live video, I don't really like doing live video with bikes. It's not my favorite thing to do. Not so much. Yeah. As people were asking about a bike, there was a gentleman here. Seemed very tired. He seemed to be riding a bike for quite a while. It was taking a breath. Hey, Kay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you. David says, in the suburbs, you get a car at a young age. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize cars are extremely expensive for the individual. So people think that cars enable more freedom, which is one common argument. But the other common argument is I don't want to spend too much on public transportation. Thing is, right now, due to the lack of public transportation in the suburbs, it costs a lot to even use public transportation to get to a downtown area. But on average, a car is many times more expensive, in America at least, than any type of public transportation. Especially in the city with very well-built public transportation. Hey. Oh, you do? Hey. What's your name? Alex. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you a local Seattleite?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just a couple blocks down there. I saw your by, so I just let it cruise by.
Oh, very cool, very cool. What's good to do here in East Lake? Zoo, okay. Oh, Zoo, that's pretty famous, right? It's pretty well known.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in, Alex. Yeah.
Enjoy the bus ride home.
Awesome. Have a good day.
Yeah, see you later.
Okay, he says that there was a few more coffee shops down there, but I want to show you a bus ride. What does the bridge above you link? I don't know. So round of hearts for Alex. Thank you, Alex, local Seattleite, for tuning in and say hello. Jump on his handlebar, says Mark. I heard public transportation will remove a mask mandate April 18th, says Matt. Oh, cool. Okay, interesting. Yeah, here they still ask you to wear a mask, which I gotta do. Janice says this is the I-5. Thank you so much. The I-5. This leads through downtown. Seattle. All right. So someone asked about bikes. Is riding a bike here safe? Look at this bike lane. It's pretty subpar. Riding here, bikes can be rather nerve-wracking. I know so from riding the scooters. So a lot of the bike lanes are tiny compared to the ones that you would find in Europe or New York City. And there's also a lot of potholes, uneven asphalt, which could be quite dangerous if you're going at high speeds. So yeah, it kind of sucks. And you're also right next to massive cars. All right, I see the bus in the distance. Who wants to go on the bus? Who wants to ride the bus? I'll put on my mask. No, that's the 49. Oh, that's a 49. No, that's a 49. Also goes to downtown. Oh, but I'm gonna miss it. F it. I'm gonna wait for the 70. All right. You have 2 more minutes till 5:07. Okay, cool. So it seems like the bus, 2 more minutes. B-Chris says, don't run for the bus like in London. No, yeah, it's too risky. The road here is way too big. Wow, already 270 buses are passing this way. All right, one day the bus will come. One day, ladies and gentlemen. One day the bus will come. So yes, owning a car is way more expensive. I think the average cost was like $9,000 per year. If anyone can let me know. Car insurance alone is like $600 per year. I don't know the exact cost. Let me know how much you spend on your own car. And you can buy the cheapest car possible. You'll still be spending multi-$1,000s. Which is not the case with public transport. So on the individual level, it is much cheaper to have public transport. One common argument is saying, oh, but public transport is going to cost the city billions of dollars. We can't spend that much money. We don't have the money. We're the richest country in the world. So at least the U.S. has the money. Or definitely has the power to assert themselves to have the money. But B, maintaining roads is not cheap. It's extremely expensive. And there's many studies saying that this is more expensive. Massive road networks are vastly more expensive than public transportation. And you can find the exact numbers online. David says that's why I advocate for flying cars. Yeah. Flying cars might not be the answer because there's too much safety concerns with flying cars. You don't need flying cars. Also, you don't want to crowd the skies too much with too many vehicles. That's the problem with flying cars or drones for deliveries. Angie says public transportation is good in Seattle, even in the suburbs. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Ron says I need the Inspector Gadget drone hat. Indeed I do. All right, one day the bus will come. One day the bus will come. And we will ride that bus to beautiful downtown Seattle. One day, ladies and gentlemen. Is there an app to check the bus time? Yeah, I think there is. I think the Google Maps has live bus tracking. It's almost accurate. So, yeah, on Google Maps you can check what time the buses come. Take the next 70. I'm waiting for the next 70. Ain't here yet. What happened to the bus is 509. As in the case with in most of America, I think really the only country that has really reliable buses is UK. So yeah, buses here, just in general, usually don't have extremely accurate, but it's coming. Okay, I think now it's coming. The bus here system is more reliable than New York City. But by far the most reliable bus system I've ever encountered is UK. All right, let's go. Oh, poor biker. He's pinched. I hate that. That's the problem with the bike lanes here. Hi. Let's go here. So yeah, the seats are comfy. B. Chris says, do you still have to wear a mask? You do, yeah. Yeah. Bus driver often will ask you to put it on. They're not going to be as strict as to not let you on, but they will ask you. And yeah, that's graffiti right here. David says, I miss the days when you used to take gondolas in Italy. Me too. I really do want to go to Europe. One of the reasons that I was hesitant to go to Europe was because of restrictions are still in place. it requires you to take another V, which kind of sucks. I don't want to take another V at the moment. To each their own, of course. So that's why I didn't choose Europe this time around. I really love Europe. I think it's very evident by how much I talk about it. But I'm glad I have had the chance to explore a little bit more of the US. Still says the airfares have increased by almost half. Oh no, that's expensive. Well, this is a nice area, yeah. Pretty quiet though. Evelyn dice, ¿dónde vas ahora? Ahora vamos a terminar in downtown. We're going to. I think the bus driver has had as enough coffee as I have. We have seaplanes here, seaplane port. So I think this should be the lake that has a lot of seaplanes. It's basically the only lake airport, major lake airport in the US. Angie, thank you so much for clarifying. So Lake Union, basically the biggest lake airport there is in the US. Lots of seaplanes land here. Okay, any coffee on that bus, says Wendy. No coffee. Not yet. We're not like Japan, which apparently has cafes in their train stations and their maybe in their bus stops. No coffees here. Anthony says, audacious question. I've been following half consciously till now. Seattle's a bit boring without your addition of curiosity and good nature. What's the question there, Anthony? Are you saying that do I find it boring? You know, I'm not as highly engaged as I am in other cities because my eye is more with history and food, but I do enjoy it. Any scent on this bus, says Ron? The buses here, it's a bit musty. So I see a Space Needle. We see uptown right over here. Wendy says, Seattle's not what I thought it to be. BB says, have you felt relatively safe in Seattle? I have felt relatively safe in Seattle, yeah. Sil says, would you say Seattle's like Helsinki? Helsinki's a bit more dense in the city itself, so it feels a bit more livelier. Almost similar, but Helsinki just a bit more life, a little bit more life.
And what time is the train leave? 6-something? Is that a sooner one? That's when I saw it. Could be sooner. I don't know.
So Wendy K says, all 3 sports teams are playing tonight and our light rail is going to be like sardines. Okay, good I'm avoiding it at this moment.
Check real quick. From here? Yeah. No, this doesn't go to the airport. No, to get to the train that takes us to the airport.
Oh, here's Google.
If it doesn't, that's fine, but check to see. Because that one moves faster. No. There's like so many steps. Walk 31 minutes, take a bus.
Andy says this area has a bunch of higher end restaurants with views. You might go there when someone has a company card. Yep, I can imagine. B. Chris says, how expensive is Seattle versus New York? That's a great question. I would say Seattle is a bit more expensive than New York. Coffee here is about 25 cents to 50 cents more expensive. I think that's always a good measure. Public transportation here is a bit more expensive. The light rail I think is about $3, $3.50, which is more expensive than New York's $2.75. Nomades pregunta, ¿qué impresión te lleva Seattle si tuvieras que resumirlo? So para resumirlo, Nomades, Seattle, so Nomades asks in Spanish, what's your impression of Seattle, if you were to resume it? Mi impresión es que es una ciudad bonita, hay mucha belleza natural, hay una cultura que sí se ve como se está poniendo más y más vibrante con que tiempo pasa, y mucho café, y hay unas cuantas comidas buenas. Yo creo que la ciudad todavía tiene que crecer, va a ser una ciudad más famosa en el mundo, pero yo creo que está yendo en esa dirección. So, ahora mismo yo creo que Seattle es una ciudad para visitar por un fin de semana. So I would say Seattle's great for just a weekend trip. You pretty much get the highlights there, unless if you're doing much more nature. It's definitely a city surrounded by natural beauty, and I think it is on the road of becoming a very great city. Or like as big, as dense, as interesting, as vibrant as like a New York. But yeah. Heather asks, are those bullet holes on the window? Yes. No, I'm joking. I don't think so. These are, I think, is 2 layers of windows together. Kaylin says Seattle's more expensive and they pay more than New York City and Jersey. Ah, interesting. Earth Paradise dice, buenas tardes, Earth Paradise. ¿Es mejor Seattle o Nueva York? A mí, equally as awesome. John says, how's sleeping in Seattle? Admittedly, I have not slept the best here because it's very noisy at night with garbage trucks.
No.
You'll find out later.
And 3rd. No, that's Virginia. Janice has never taken the bus.
Ooh, this window's a lot better. Ibrahim asks, is the public transportation good in Seattle? Oh, yes. Rail, a lot of transportation options. I've been taking commuter rail, but I've heard good things. It's two buses connected, like an accordion bus. I prefer double deckers. I hope US considers adopting double decker buses. Carol says maybe take a lake tour. See, more smashed windows all around Seattle's windows. Chris says that's the design. Why are like two panes designed that way, and the other one's not? Here's the monorail. Thank you so much for tuning in, Ron. Appreciate you. So someone asked, am I going to Europe? Yep, I have the goal, 200 patrons. So go to patreon.com/urbanist. Reach that goal, more Europe. All right, here we have arrived to beautiful 3rd Avenue in Seattle. Between Pike and Pine. And we're ending basically where we started. Just right here, yep, exactly. Just right here is the Westlake Metro. Right there. So this is 3rd Avenue between Pine and Pike right over here. It's a lot cleaner than it was. It used to be very, very dangerous here before. And am I going for dinner? No dinner broadcast today. But that was a huge roundabout. Has the weather affected your mood, Cecil? No, it's been sunny every single day. The only thing that has affected my mood is I've not been able to sleep well. So I've been sleepless in Seattle, quite literally. You'll see why, or I'll explain to you why when I do the short video on on the lodging I'm staying at. So you'll find out why I've been sleepless in Seattle. Not completely sleepless, luckily, but my sleep hasn't been the best. So that has been the only thing affecting my mood. And one Pike Place Market, just so I can show you a nice view at the end of this tour, not 3rd Avenue. Got to clean my lens. Wendy says, thank you, that was super fun. I'm so glad you think so, Wendy. Thank you so much for tuning in, even though you're local. I sometimes find it very amusing in a good way that locals watch my show. They like seeing my interpretation of their city. And here's the huge H Mart. So this is actually a good place to grab some bites to eat after 5 p.m. And we got Bob right over here. And there's a Cupcake Royale here. Oh, this is cool. Great cupcakes. We had one in Ballard. Joe says, I'm happy it isn't crowded now. Yeah, it's much quieter now, which is good. Ah, look at this. This is why Seattle's beautiful. As I mentioned over and over again, it's the views. We've had our first rain here in Seattle. I thought Seattle having the reputation for being rainy, and after 2 weeks, we have finally experienced some Seattle rain. Right here, look at that. Beautiful clouds, the view of the Puget Sound right down there. Wendy says, I'm close to Tom's Restaurant. Thank you so much for the recommendation. Everyone here from Pike Place Market, beautiful views. Oh, one more time. Oh my God, from this angle. Thank you so much for tuning in here in beautiful Seattle. One more live stream tomorrow, 4 p.m., 1 p.m. Seattle time, 4 p.m. New York City time. And then next weekend, Thursday through Sunday, will be one city. And that'll be the live streams for April. So same time next weekend as well. Different city. Stay tuned. I already dropped the hints for that new city in this broadcast. And I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in here in Seattle. Now to find some food. I think I'm just in time. A few places here close at like 6 p.m. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye. Everyone, bye-bye. Someone was Y2 photobomb when I said bye, but I turned the camera. Bye-bye.